Welcome to Sleep and Bible, a place where the timeless wisdom of Scripture meets the soothing embrace of rest. Tonight, we journey through the stories of faith, courage, and divine wonder, from the creation of the world to the miracles and heroes of Israel. Drift with us as we walk with Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden, witness Noah's faith amidst the storm, travel with Abraham across deserts guided by God, and feel the courage of Joseph in Egypt. Rest in the miraculous moments of Moses, from the burning bush to the parting of the Red Sea, and experience the bravery of David facing Goliath, the unwavering faith of Elijah in the wilderness, and the lessons of hope, obedience, and trust that span generations. Each story is a light for your mind, a calm for your spirit, and a pathway to peaceful sleep. Let the words of the Bible carry you into serenity, restoring your heart and soul, and awakening your faith as you rest tonight in the presence of God. When God spoke in the silence of the night, Samuel's midnight calling. The night in Shiloh was deeper than usual. A soft darkness had settled over the courtyard of the tabernacle, the kind that made every sound clearer, every movement slower, every breath more deliberate. The lamps inside the holy place burned quietly, their oil sinking lower with each passing hour. It was a night like many others in appearance, yet something unseen moved through the stillness, something ancient and intentional, something that waited for the right moment. Inside a small chamber near the sanctuary, the young boy Samuel lay curled on his mat, wrapped in a simple woven blanket. He had spent the evening performing his usual tasks, lighting the lamps, sweeping the outer courts, and assisting Eli the priest with whatever he needed. It was not glamorous work, nor was it the kind of service that others envied. But Samuel did it all with a quiet devotion, unaware that his life was on the edge of a divine turning point. Eli, old and weary, slept in a separate room. His sight had grown dim with age, and though he carried the authority of a priest of Israel, his steps were slow and his breathing heavy. The weight of years pressed upon him, along with the unspoken sorrow he carried for the rebellion of his sons. Yet tonight, even he could not sense what was about to unfold. Heaven was preparing to speak, not through the thunder of Mount Sinai, not through the flames of a burning bush, but through the softest and most unexpected way, through the ears of a resting child. Samuel adjusted his blanket, trying to get comfortable. His thoughts wandered to the stories Eli had told him earlier that evening. Stories of Abraham under the stars, Moses by the Red Sea, and Joshua leading Israel across the Jordan. Stories of a God who parted waters, shook mountains, and shattered armies. Samuel wondered if he would ever see anything like that in his lifetime. Perhaps such days had passed. Perhaps God worked differently now. Perhaps heaven spoke less often because people listened less often. These were the kinds of thoughts that drifted through Samuel's mind as sleep slowly pulled him under. The tabernacle grew quieter still. Outside, a gentle breeze brushed the barley fields. The animals settled into their nests and stalls. The moon climbed higher, spilling pale light across the land. And then, when the night was at its deepest and human attention was at its weakest, a voice broke the stillness. Samuel. The boy stirred slightly but did not fully wake. It was as if the voice had touched only the edge of his awareness, like a dream that brushed against waking thought. A few breaths later, the voice came again. Samuel. This time he opened his eyes. The voice had been gentle, warm, and unmistakably real. He sat up quickly, assuming it was Eli calling for help. The old priest sometimes needed assistance during the night, and Samuel never hesitated to answer. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, he hurried across the dim hall. Way to Eli's chamber. Here I am, you called me. Eli shifted in his sleep, surprised to hear Samuel's voice. He blinked up at the boy, confused. I did not call you, my son. Go back and lie down. Samuel hesitated. He was sure he had heard something. But Eli's tone was calm and certain, and so the boy nodded and returned to his mat. The lamps flickered faintly as he lay back down, his thoughts now alert and swirling. What had he heard? Was someone playing a trick on him? Did the wind carry a strange sound? He tried to reason with himself, but deep down something in him whispered that this was no ordinary moment. Minutes passed. His heartbeat slowed. His eyelids grew heavy again. The silence returned. Then the voice called a third time. Samuel. He sat up instantly. It was the same voice, steady, clear, patient. Samuel hurried back to Eli once more, his steps quicker, his breathing sharper. Here I am. You did call me. Eli stared at the boy for a long moment. Slowly, understanding dawned across his tired face. It had been years, long, heavy, spiritually silent years, since anyone in Israel had heard the voice of God in such a direct and personal way. Visions were rare, prophetic messages even rarer. And yet, here was Samuel, a boy dedicated to God since infancy, hearing something that Eli himself longed to hear. It was then that Eli realized something holy was happening, something neither of them had expected. Go and lie down again, Eli said gently. And if you hear the voice call you again, say this, speak, Lord, for your servant is listening. Samuel memorized the phrase, then returned to his chamber. This time he lay very still. His heart thudded softly beneath his ribs. The darkness seemed to hold its breath around him. And then, just when the stillness grew thick enough to feel, a presence filled the room, not loud, not forceful, but unmistakably divine. Samuel. The voice was not only heard, it was felt. It wrapped around him like a warm cloak, gentle yet powerful. The boy swallowed hard, his small hands trembling. And then, just as Eli had instructed, he spoke into the darkness. Speak, for your servant is listening. What followed was not a simple message. It was a revelation that carried both promise and judgment. The Lord told Samuel that he was about to do something in Israel that would make the ears of everyone who heard it tingle. He spoke of Eli's house, of the failures of his sons, of the consequences that would soon unfold. The words were heavy, far beyond what a child should have to carry. Yet God entrusted them to Samuel, choosing him as the one who would guide Israel into a new era. When the voice ceased, the silence felt different, not empty, but full. Samuel lay awake for a long time, staring into the darkness. He replayed the words again and again, feeling the weight of the responsibility now resting on his shoulders. The night that had begun like any other had become the night that changed his entire life. Eventually he fell asleep, though his mind remained restless beneath the surface. Morning came soft and pale, the sky turning shades of blue and gold. Birds began their early songs. Servants moved quietly through the courtyard. Samuel rose slowly, his steps heavier than usual. He knew Eli would ask about what the Lord said, and he was afraid to speak the truth. Not because he doubted God's words, but because he cared deeply for the old priest who had raised him. When Eli called for him, Samuel approached with his head lowered. What did the Lord say to you? Eli asked. Do not hide it from me. Samuel hesitated, then recounted every word. He did not soften the message, nor did he leave anything out. Eli listened without anger, without denial. When Samuel finished, Eli sighed deeply and said, "Let the Lord do what is good in his eyes." It was a moment of acceptance, a painful, humbling surrender to the will of God. Eli knew his time was ending. Samuel knew his time was beginning. In the days that follow, something remarkable happened. The people of Israel, who had long lived in spiritual drought, began to sense that God was moving again. Samuel's words were trusted, not because he was eloquent or powerful, but because God himself was with him. From Dan to Beersheba, the entire nation recognized him as a prophet, a messenger of the Most High. But the story does not end there. Many years later, Samuel would often look back on that night. He would recall the quiet stillness, the dim glow of the lamps, the soft echo of his own footsteps as he ran to Eli again and again. He would remember the trembling in his voice when he finally answered the call. And he would understand that God had chosen the silence of night because young hearts often hear best when the world grows still. For the rest of his life, Samuel continued to listen for that voice, sometimes in dreams, sometimes in prayer, sometimes in moments of quiet reflection. And each time God spoke, it carried the same unmistakable warmth, the same peace that had filled his chamber on that first night. As Samuel grew older, he learned that God often speaks in ways people overlook. Not always in burning bushes or parting seas, but in whispers at the edge of sleep, in gentle nudges of conscience, in the stillness that settles at the end of a long day. He learned that divine calling is not a single moment frozen in time, it is a lifelong invitation to listen, respond, and follow. And he learned that the silence of night is not empty, it is sacred space where heaven leans close to the earth. There were many nights when Samuel walked alone under the stars, remembering the God who spoke to him as a child. He would close his eyes and feel the same gentle presence, a reminder that he had been known long before he understood anything about purpose or prophecy. He understood that although he had grown into a man, he remained forever God's servant, forever listening, forever answering. One night in his later years, as the camp settled into sleep and the cool wind brushed across the tents, Samuel sat near a dying fire, watching small sparks drift into the air. He thought of the first spark that had ignited his calling, the quiet voice that had awakened a sleeping boy and turned him into a leader. He thought of Eli, of Israel, of the long and winding years that followed. And beneath it all, he felt gratitude. For the call, for the guidance, for the presence that never left him. He whispered into the quiet, not expecting a reply, but speaking out of habit and devotion. I am still listening. The night offered no voice in return, but Samuel felt peace rise within him, the same peace he had felt as a child. It was enough. It was everything. And so the story of Samuel's midnight calling became more than a tale of divine communication. It became a reminder that God sees even the smallest hearts, that He speaks in ways we least expect, and that the silence of night is often the doorway to destiny. For all who lie awake wondering if heaven cares, the story whispers this truth: God still speaks. Not always loudly, not always quickly, but always with purpose, always with love, always in the perfect moment. And sometimes, like Samuel, all we need to do is pause, breathe, quiet the noise around us, and say with open hearts, "Speak, for your servant is listening." The gentle strength of Ruth, a story of loyalty that calms the soul. The night in Moab had settled slowly, stretching itself across the land like a warm blanket, softening every harsh edge and quieting every restless voice. Ruth sat near the small window of the house she shared with Naomi, watching the last faint colors of twilight fade into a gentle darkness. It had been a long day, a day filled with unspoken emotions, hidden grief, and difficult decisions. Yet as the stars began to shine above the quiet rooftops, Ruth felt a strange peace rise within her, a calm strength she could not explain. For many years, Moab had been her home. It was where she had lived, loved, married, and worked. It was where she had buried her husband. And now it was the place she was preparing to leave forever. Naomi, her mother-in-law, slept on the other side of the room, exhausted from the heavy weight of sorrow she had carried for so long. Naomi's husband was gone. Her 2 sons were gone. Her hopes had been buried with them. And now, having heard that the famine in Israel had ended, she wished only to return to Bethlehem, even if she had nothing waiting for her there. Ruth watched Naomi's peaceful face in the flickering lamplight. Once Naomi had been full of joy, laughter, and brightness. But grief changes people, and the cheerful woman Ruth had known had slowly faded into someone quiet, thoughtful, and wounded. Ruth loved her deeply, not just because she was family, but because Naomi had always shown kindness, compassion, and gentleness in a world that could be harsh. Naomi had treated her not as a foreign woman, but as a daughter. And now, in the stillness of night, Ruth knew she could not allow Naomi to walk back to Israel alone. She lay down, her thoughts drifting to memories she rarely spoke aloud. She remembered the day she married Mahlon, Naomi's son, a shy, tender moment filled with hope and trembling newness. She remembered the long meals they shared as a family, the small traditions Naomi brought from Israel, the stories of Yahweh, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. These stories had planted something in Ruth, something she did not yet have words for. It was as if her heart had been quietly turning toward a God she had never known, a God Naomi served even in her darkest moments. Ruth turned on her side, closing her eyes. The earth was quiet. Even the crickets seemed to sing more softly than usual. She breathed slowly, letting the comfort of the moment wash over her. Tomorrow they would begin their journey at dawn. She had chosen her path, and though she did not know what lay ahead, she felt certain that walking beside Naomi was the right thing to do. Morning arrived gently. A faint glow appeared on the horizon, spreading slowly across the rooftops and fields. Ruth helped Naomi gather her simple belongings, a worn cloak, a bundle of bread, a small flask of water. They stepped outside just as the first rays of sunlight brushed across the land. The air was cool. Dew clung to the grass. The world felt new. But before they had taken more than a few steps, Orpah, Naomi's other daughter-in-law, approached with tears streaming down her face. Naomi had spoken to both of them the night before, urging them to stay in Moab, to return to their families, to find new husbands and build new lives. Naomi insisted she had nothing left to offer them. No sons, no land, no security, only a life of uncertainty in a foreign land. Orpah embraced Naomi, kissed her farewell, and slowly walked back toward her home, her shoulders shaking with sorrow. But Ruth remained. Naomi turned to her and spoke softly, urging her to follow Orpah's example. Return to your people, my daughter. Return to your gods. I have nothing to give you. The words were painful, but Ruth understood they came from love. Naomi wanted to spare her the hardship ahead. Yet Ruth felt a strength rise inside her, a strength that felt deeper than blood, stronger than fear, and more enduring than grief. She stepped forward, touched Naomi's arm, and spoke with a calm determination that surprised even herself. Where you go, I will go. Where you stay, I will stay. Your people will be my people, and your God will be my God. Where you die, I will die. And there I will be buried. Naomi stared at her, tears welling in her eyes. There was something in Ruth's voice that settled the argument. Something final, unwavering, and sacred. Without another word, Naomi nodded, and the two women began their journey toward Bethlehem. The road was long and often lonely. The sun beat down on them during the day, and the cold pressed against them at night. But every step Ruth took felt guided by something greater than herself. She walked not only with loyalty, but with purpose, though she did not yet know what that purpose was. Naomi, though weary and sorrowful, found comfort in Ruth's presence. Her steps were slow, but Ruth never rushed her. Her spirit was fragile, but Ruth never pressured her to be strong before she was ready. When they finally arrived in Bethlehem, the town stirred with whispers. The women of the village gathered around Naomi, shocked by how much she had changed. She had left them years ago with a husband and 2 sons. Now she returned with empty hands and a heavy heart. Naomi told them to call her Mara, meaning bitterness, for the Lord had dealt bitterly with her. But even as she spoke these words, Ruth stood beside her, a quiet symbol of hope not yet recognized. The barley harvest had just begun, and the fields around Bethlehem were golden and full. Ruth saw the workers gathering grain, their hands moving with practiced efficiency. People were busy, focused, unaware of the small foreign woman observing from a distance. Ruth felt a mixture of nervousness and determination. They needed food. They needed some way to survive. Naomi was too old to work the fields, but Ruth was strong, capable, and willing. She approached Naomi and gently asked permission to go and glean, picking up leftover grain behind the harvesters, a right allowed to the poor and the foreigner. Naomi nodded, grateful yet worried for Ruth's safety. The world was not always kind to women alone in the fields. Yet Ruth stepped forward with a heart full of courage, trusting that the God she had chosen to follow would guide her steps. The field she entered belonged to a man named Boaz, though Ruth did not know this at the time. All she saw was a stretch of golden barley swaying in the breeze, workers moving back and forth, and an opportunity to provide for Naomi. She bent to the ground, gathering the fallen stalks one by one. It was slow, tiring work, and the sun grew hotter as the day went on. But Ruth remained steady, her movements guided by quiet determination. Boaz arrived at the field later that morning, greeting his workers with warmth and blessing. He was a man of noble character, respected by all who knew him. As his eyes scanned the field, he noticed a woman he did not recognize. She worked differently from the others, carefully, humbly, without complaint. Something about her caught his attention. He asked his foreman, "Who is that young woman?" The foreman replied that she was the Moabite woman who had returned with Naomi, and that she had been gathering from early morning without rest except for a moment in the shelter. Boaz approached Ruth with kindness. He told her to stay in his fields, to follow behind his servant girls, and to drink from the water jars whenever she grew thirsty. He instructed his workers not to harm her, not to rebuke her, and even to purposely leave extra grain for her to gather. Ruth was overwhelmed by his generosity. She bowed her head, unsure why he would show kindness to a foreigner like her. Boaz explained that he had heard of her loyalty to Naomi, how she had left her homeland, her parents, and her people to care for a grieving widow. "Your kindness has not gone unnoticed," he said, though Ruth could not understand why anyone should notice at all. As the days passed, Ruth continued to glean in Boaz's fields. She returned home each evening with far more grain than Naomi expected. Naomi began to see something forming, something she had not felt in a long time: hope. When she learned that Ruth had met Boaz, she recognized the name, a relative of her late husband, a man of honor, a man who could offer more than just protection. One evening, after Ruth returned with another large bundle of barley, Naomi shared a plan with her. It was gentle, wise, and grounded in the customs of Israel. Ruth listened carefully, trusting Naomi completely. How she felt nervous about what she was being asked to do. Yet she knew that Naomi would never lead her into harm. Later, under the soft cloak of night, Ruth went to the threshing floor where Boaz slept near the harvested grain. It was a place of work, rest, and quiet security. Ruth approached with humility and lay at his feet, not as a seductress, but as someone seeking protection, as someone honoring a tradition that allowed a relative to redeem a widow in need. When Boaz awoke and saw her, he was startled but quickly understood her intention. He spoke with gentleness, blessing her again for her loyalty to Naomi and her choice to honor the customs of his people. He promised to do all he could, though there was another relative who had a closer claim. Boaz assured her he would settle the matter in the morning. Ruth returned to Naomi with a cloak full of barley, a symbol of provision and a promise of good things to come. Naomi's face softened, her eyes filling with a peace she had not felt in years. "The Lord will not rest until this matter is settled," she whispered. The next day, Boaz met with the elders of the city and the nearer kinsmen. In front of witnesses, the man relinquished his claim, allowing Boaz to redeem the land and take Ruth as his wife. It was a moment of honor, respect, and divine orchestration. Ruth, once a foreign widow with no future, now stepped into a life of security, dignity, and love. Their marriage was gentle, respectful, and full of quiet affection. Ruth's character had already spoken loudly before anyone knew her by name. Her kindness had become her reputation. And as time passed, Ruth gave birth to a son named Obed. Naomi held the child in her arms, her old eyes shining with joy. The women of the village rejoiced, declaring that Ruth loved Naomi more than 7 sons ever could. Obed would grow to become the grandfather of King David, and through David's line would come the Messiah. Ruth, a Moabite woman with a wounded past, became part of the greatest redemptive story the world would ever know. Yet Ruth never sought greatness. She never imagined her name would echo through generations. All she knew was love, loyalty, and quiet strength. She walked a path of faith without fully seeing where it led. She embraced Naomi when others walked away. She chose kindness when bitterness would have been easier. She worked in the fields without pride. And she followed God without knowing He had chosen her long ago. Years later, when Ruth sat outside her home in Bethlehem, watching the golden fields sway in the wind, she felt a familiar peace. It was the same peace she had felt on that first night in Moab, when she chose to follow Naomi. It was the peace of knowing she had walked the right path, not because it was easy, but because it was true. The gentle strength she carried was not loud, dramatic, or forceful. It was steady, quiet, and radiant. It was the kind of strength that lifts others, heals wounds, and builds futures. The kind of strength that does not need to shout to be heard. For those who hear her story in the hush of night, Ruth whispers the same calm truth through the centuries. True strength is often gentle, love is often sacrificial, and faith is often born in the quiet decisions that no one else sees. Her life reminds the world that sometimes the greatest stories begin with simple acts of loyalty, and that even in the darkest seasons, hope can take root in the most unlikely hearts. David's night of worship, songs from a troubled king. The night settled slowly over the hills of Judah, spreading a deep blue calm across the land. Stars appeared one by one, small sparks lighting the vast dome of sky above the shepherd camps. Far below, in a quiet chamber within the palace, King David sat near a flickering oil lamp, his harp resting across his lap. The day had been long and heavy. Decisions had weighed on him, responsibilities had pressed against his mind, and the unending demands of leadership had drained his strength. Yet as the darkness filled the room around him, he felt an old familiarity return. The night had always been his companion, a place where his soul could breathe. David's fingers hovered gently over the strings of the harp. He took a slow breath, letting the stillness of the evening settle into his bones. Outside, the city of Jerusalem slept. Stone streets were quiet, the watchmen walked slowly along the walls, and only a few lanterns flickered in the distant alleys. Life had changed greatly since the days when he wandered the fields as a shepherd boy, but some things remained the same: the sky above him, the God within him, and the music that flowed from his heart during nights like this. He closed his eyes and remembered a time long before he became king, long before battles, victories, betrayals, and burdens. He remembered the rolling hills of Bethlehem, the soft bleating of sheep, the gentle crackle of campfires. Back then, the nights were simple. He would sit under the stars, harp in hand, singing songs no one else heard. Songs of gratitude, songs of wonder, songs of a young shepherd who felt the presence of God in every breeze. Now, as a king, he longed for that simplicity again. The palace was beautiful, but its stone walls carried echoes of responsibilities that never seemed to end. Tonight, he sought the peace that music could bring, the calm that came when he poured out his heart before God. He plucked the first string softly, letting the sound linger in the air. The note drifted upward like incense, rising into the night. Another note followed, then another, until a gentle melody filled the room. His fingers moved slowly, carefully, letting each vibration settle deep inside him. As the music flowed, the tension in his shoulders eased. David began to hum quietly, letting his voice blend with the harp. The melody was familiar, one he had composed years ago during a night much like this one. The lyrics came back to him in fragments, memories of a younger version of himself whispering to God beneath a sky full of stars. He paused, remembering how that old song had once calmed him during a difficult time. That was the thing about David's songs: they were never written for performance, never crafted for applause. They were conversations between a fragile man and a faithful God. And tonight, he needed that conversation more than ever. David leaned back slightly, letting his gaze drift past the window to the night outside. A cool breeze brushed in, carrying the faint scent of olive trees. He breathed deeply, closing his eyes. His heart felt heavy, but not hopeless. He had faced darker nights than this. He had walked through valleys deeper than this. And each time, he had found God waiting for him in the silence. He began to sing softly, not loudly enough for anyone else to hear, but enough for his own soul to awaken. The words flowed slowly, shaped by years of longing, gratitude, and struggle. He sang about God's goodness. He sang about His mercy, His protection, His unfailing love. He sang about the times he had felt alone, only to discover God's presence surrounding him like a shield. His voice trembled slightly as memories rose, memories he rarely spoke of, memories that still felt vivid even after so many years. He remembered the night he hid in a cave while Saul hunted him. The darkness had pressed close, and fear had sat heavy on his chest. Yet even then, he had found comfort in whispering songs to God. Those songs had been his strength, his anchor, the only light in a night filled with danger. He remembered nights in the wilderness when his men slept around him, exhausted from running. David would stay awake, listening to the crackling of the fire, watching shadows dance along the cave walls. During those nights, he would take his harp and play quietly, letting the music carry his fears to God. The melodies had wrapped around him like a warm blanket, comforting him when nothing else could. David opened his eyes again and looked around his chamber. It was quiet, peaceful, safe, yet his heart still carried the weight of 1,000 memories. The lamp beside him flickered softly, its flame bending in the breeze. He reached out and steadied it, watching the flame grow still again. He plucked another slow chord. This time his fingers lingered on the strings, as though trying to hold the moment a little longer. He thought of the people of Israel, of the tasks waiting for him at dawn, of the conflicts he had yet to resolve, of the enemies who still threatened. His heart ached under the pressure of leadership. Being king was far more difficult than he had imagined as a young shepherd. But in moments like this, he was reminded of something deeper. He was not alone. He never had been. David leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. He let the harp rest gently in his hands. His voice slipped into a quiet prayer, one spoken not with rehearsed words but with a weary heart. He prayed for wisdom. He prayed for mercy. He prayed for strength to continue leading his people with humility and honor. He prayed for forgiveness for the mistakes he had made. He prayed for peace, peace that only God could give, peace that rose like a gentle river and calmed every storm inside him. As he prayed, the room seemed to change. The air felt lighter. The darkness felt softer. The silence felt full of God's presence, full of comfort, full of something deeper than understanding. David felt tears gather in his eyes, not from sorrow, but from relief. He allowed them to fall, not hiding them. He had cried in fields, in caves, in palaces, in places no one else ever saw. Tears had never made him weak, they had made him honest. After a while, he lifted the harp again and played a slow, steady melody. It flowed from him like a river, peaceful and deep. The notes rose and fell gently, as if matching the rhythm of his breathing. The songs he wrote in moments like this would one day become psalms that the world would sing for thousands of years. But David did not know that. He was simply speaking to God, letting music say the things his heart could not. The melody shifted into a new tune, one filled with longing and reflection. He thought of his early years again, of the nights he spent watching his father's sheep. Those nights had been lonely at times, but also sacred. The stars had felt closer back then. The wind had seemed to carry whispers. The presence of God had been almost tangible in the stillness. David smiled faintly, remembering how he used to talk aloud to God as if speaking to a friend beside him. He remembered how he would sing loudly without fear of judgment. He remembered how he had believed with all his young heart that God saw him, heard him, loved him. And now, as a king, he found solace in knowing that nothing had changed. God was the same. David's heart was still the heart of that shepherd boy, longing for God's presence. He continued to play until the melody softened into silence. His fingers rested gently on the strings. The lamp flickered again, its flame casting warm light across David's face. His breathing slowed. His heart felt lighter. He set the harp aside and leaned back against the stone wall. His eyes drifted to the window once more. The sky was darker now, the stars brighter. He could hear faint sounds from the city, distant footsteps, the quiet voices of night guards, the soft rustling of leaves. Jerusalem slept, and for the first time that day, so did David's worries. His mind wandered to his past, but this time the memories were gentler. He remembered moments of victory, moments of friendship, moments of love. He remembered Jonathan's loyalty, Abigail's wisdom, and the many people who had stood beside him throughout the years. God had given him so much, even in seasons of sorrow. David felt gratitude wash over him again. He closed his eyes and began to whisper another prayer, this one softer, more personal. He thanked God for choosing him, for guiding him, for forgiving him, for staying with him even when he felt unworthy. He thanked God for music, for nights like this, for the peace that came when he poured out his heart. The night deepened. Hours passed. The lamp burned lower. David drifted between wakefulness and rest, his thoughts floating gently like clouds. Eventually he picked up the harp again and played a lullaby he remembered from childhood. His mother used to hum it while she worked around their home in Bethlehem. The melody had always felt warm, safe, familiar. As he played, he imagined the sound drifting beyond the palace walls, rising into the night sky, reaching the heart of God. It comforted him to think that God listened to even the quietest songs, that he cherished even the smallest offerings of praise. David had written powerful songs of triumph, but nights like this reminded him that the softest songs were often the truest. His fingers slowed again, and the melody faded. He placed the harp gently on the floor beside him and lay down on a woolen blanket. The stone floor was cool beneath him, but he did not mind. It reminded him of nights in caves and hillsides. Nights when he had nothing but God, and somehow, those had been some of the most peaceful nights of his life. He pulled the blanket over himself, letting his body relax. His breathing deepened. His heart settled into a slow rhythm. He felt close to God, closer than he had felt in weeks. The worries of the kingdom seemed distant now, like shadows disappearing in the dark. As he drifted toward sleep, a final thought passed gently through his mind, that God met him in the nights more than in the days. That music opened doors in his soul that nothing else could. That worship was not a duty, but a refuge where he could lay down every burden. David whispered one last prayer, a simple one, barely audible, spoken through the haze of sleep. "Keep me in your peace." Then he surrendered to rest, letting the stillness of the night wrap around him. Hours later, he woke again, not fully, but just enough to sense the quiet presence of God near him. He felt safe. He felt watched over. He felt loved. And with that comfort resting on him like a gentle hand, he drifted back into deeper sleep. The night continued its slow journey across the sky. The moon moved toward the horizon. The city remained silent, and in the quiet chamber of the palace, the king who had fought giants, led armies, written songs, and carried the weight of a nation slept peacefully, held by the same God who had watched over him since his youth. David's night of worship was not about performance or perfection. It was about honesty. It was about rest. It was about bringing his tired heart into the presence of the one who understood him completely. And in that sacred quiet, he found again the comfort he had always known, that God was near, even in the darkest nights, that peace was possible, even in the midst of trouble, that songs whispered honestly mattered more than songs sung loudly. For anyone who listens to his story as sleep begins to settle in, David offers a soft invitation through time, that you, too, can find peace in the night, that your quiet prayers matter, that your whispered songs rise to heaven, and that even the most troubled soul can find rest in the presence of God. And so, as the night fades and morning slowly approaches, the story leaves behind a gentle truth, that worship is not about perfection, but about connection, that even kings need quiet nights to breathe, and that the God who heard David's songs in the darkness still listens patiently, lovingly, to every heart that turns toward him in the quiet hours of night. Elijah under the broom tree, when God sends rest instead of answers. Elijah was exhausted. His spirit felt like a worn-out vessel that had carried far more weight than it was ever designed to hold. The wind of fear, the storm of responsibility, and the fire of spiritual battles had all blown through him with violent force. The prophet who once stood boldly on Mount Carmel, calling down fire from heaven, now felt fragile enough to break under the slightest pressure. He walked away from everything familiar because sometimes the only thing a weary soul knows how to do is walk away. His feet dragged across the rough ground, dust rising softly behind him like fading echoes of the strength he once had. Elijah did not fully understand why his heart felt so heavy, only that the weight was real, and it was crushing him from the inside. After the mighty victory over the prophets of Baal, Elijah might have expected peace. He might have expected repentance from the people or gratitude, or at the very least, a moment of quiet to breathe. But the world rarely gives rest to those who stand for truth. Jezebel's threat reached him like a cold wind in the night, and something inside Elijah snapped. Not in disbelief, not in fear alone, but in the deep, overwhelming exhaustion that comes when a person has fought too many battles with too little rest. It takes courage to stand against an entire nation. But sometimes, it takes even more courage to admit that you are tired. Elijah left his servant behind and wandered alone into the wilderness. There, under the vast and empty sky, he felt smaller than ever before. The silence around him pressed on his ears, and for the first time in a long time, the prophet realized how desperately he needed that silence. But even silence cannot heal a soul that has run too far without stopping. His mind swirled with memories of Mount Carmel, of the fire that fell, of the people shouting in awe, and he wondered how everything could shift so quickly from triumph to despair. One moment he had felt the nearness of God like a consuming fire, and now he felt as though the divine presence were a distant whisper carried far beyond the horizon. He walked until his strength failed him. His legs trembled beneath him, and he collapsed beneath a solitary broom tree, its thin branches offering a fragile shade that was barely enough to cover him. But Elijah did not care. He was done running. He was done fighting. He was done trying to carry the weight of a nation on his shoulders. In that moment, under that humble tree, Elijah finally let his emotions rise without restraint. Every suppressed fear, every unspoken exhaustion, every invisible wound opened inside him, and he began to crumble. The wilderness became the witness to a prophet who was not a warrior at this moment but a tired human seeking refuge in the dust. Elijah did not hide his pain. He poured his heart out in the only way a weary soul can. He asked God to let him rest forever, because he believed he had reached the end of his purpose. He believed he had given everything he had, and there was nothing left to give. The desert wind moved softly around him, almost as if nature itself was bending low to comfort him. The broom tree stood still, offering the only shelter it could, a reminder that even small things can be a source of comfort when the heart is breaking. Elijah lay there, staring at the dry earth, feeling the shadows of the branches above him. The air was hot, but his spirit felt cold. The prophet who once confronted kings now felt too weak to confront the weight inside his own mind. His thoughts grew slower, heavier, sinking into a darkness that did not feel like evil but like emptiness. He wondered why God had allowed him to reach this point. He wondered why his victory had not brought relief. He wondered if he had failed somehow, if the fire that fell from heaven had not been enough to change the people. He wondered why he felt so alone. Yet in that loneliness, something sacred was taking shape, though Elijah did not know it yet. Sometimes God's greatest works begin in the quiet moments when we think nothing is happening. Sometimes the divine voice speaks loudest when the heart is too tired to listen. God was not angry at Elijah's exhaustion. God was not disappointed in his collapse beneath the broom tree. God was not surprised by his breakdown. The Creator understands the limits of human strength far better than humans do. And so God did not rebuke Elijah. God did not lecture him. God did not remind him of his responsibilities. God did something far gentler. He sent an angel. Elijah felt the touch first, soft as morning light resting on the earth. His eyes opened slowly, heavy with fatigue. Beside him was something he did not expect, something so simple and yet so profoundly divine. There was a warm loaf of bread baked on coals and a jar of water set near his head. No voice thundered. No fire fell. No miracle shouted across the sky. Only bread. Only water. Only rest. But sometimes, the smallest mercies are the greatest miracles for a weary heart. Elijah ate slowly, letting the warmth of the bread soothe him from the inside. He drank deeply, feeling life return to the parts of him he thought were fading. And then he lay down again. Not because he wanted to escape, but because his body still needed rest. And God allowed him to rest. The angel did not tell him to get up and move. The angel did not command him to return to the battle. The angel simply let Elijah sleep, because God understood that rest comes before revelation. When Elijah woke again, the angel was there a second time. The touch was gentle once more, a reminder that God meets people not through force but through compassion. The angel told him that the journey ahead was too much for him without strength. Not a journey of fear. Not a journey back into danger. A journey toward healing. A journey toward encounter. A journey toward the mountain where God would reveal something Elijah had never seen before. Elijah did not fully understand, but he trusted the quiet presence beside him. He rose slowly, gathering the last crumbs of bread with the gratitude of a man who knows he has been cared for by heaven itself. Strength returned to him like a rising tide, steady and unstoppable. He walked for 40 days and 40 nights, not driven by fear this time, but by purpose. Each step was a step away from the place where despair had held him captive. Each breath was a reminder that God had not abandoned him. The wilderness did not feel empty anymore. There was a presence moving through it, guiding him, lifting him, restoring him. Eventually, Elijah reached Mount Horeb, the mountain of God. He entered a cave and waited, unsure of what would happen next. The stillness was deep, and in that stillness, God spoke. Not through earthquakes, not through wind, not through fire, but through a gentle whisper. The same whisper that had preserved him beneath the broom tree. The same whisper that had touched him through the angel. The same whisper that had carried him across the wilderness. The whisper was the reminder Elijah needed. God is not always in the dramatic. God is not always in the powerful. God is often in the quiet moments where the soul finally slows down enough to hear the truth. God told Elijah that he was not alone. 7,000 others had not bowed their knees to Baal. Elijah had thought he carried the burden alone, but he had been wrong. The loneliness he felt was real, but the reality around him was different. Elijah's exhaustion had lied to him. His despair had blinded him. But God gently pulled back the veil and showed him that he still had a purpose, still had a place, still had a mission. Not one of destruction, but one of anointing and guidance. Elijah left the mountain with a lighter heart. He did not suddenly become invincible. He did not lose all fear. He did not forget the weight of his responsibilities. But he understood something new. Strength does not come from never breaking. It comes from knowing that God meets you even when you have fallen to the ground. Rest is not a sign of weakness. Rest is a gift from God. And sometimes, the most spiritual thing a person can do is lay beneath a broom tree and admit they are tired. Elijah found Elisha soon after, a companion who would walk with him, comfort him, and carry forward the mission Elijah once believed he had to bear alone. God's provision continued, not with fire and thunder, but with friendship and support. Elijah no longer walked as a solitary warrior. He walked with someone who understood the journey, someone who shared the calling. For the rest of his life, Elijah carried the memory of that broom tree. He remembered the moment when his soul nearly collapsed and how God restored him not through miracles of dramatic power but through divine gentleness. He learned that God's care often reveals itself in simple things, in quiet mercy, in a touch on the shoulder, in bread and water provided at just the right time. Elijah learned the lesson that so many adults still need today. Sometimes what the heart needs most is rest, not answers. The broom tree became a symbol for every weary believer who wonders if God still sees them. Elijah's story reminds us that God sees the breaking point long before we reach it. God prepares help even before the heart cries out. God knows the value of rest, and God gives it freely. Elijah had to walk into the wilderness to learn something he never could have learned on the mountain of fire. God is just as present in exhaustion as in victory. And so his story continues to comfort those who read it. It speaks to anyone who has felt overwhelmed, alone, or exhausted by life's battles. It whispers the same message Elijah heard in the wilderness. You are not alone. You are not forgotten. Rest is holy. Rest is necessary. And sometimes, God sends rest instead of answers because rest is the answer. The Midnight Angel. How Peter escaped prison in his sleep-covered city. Peter never expected to sleep that night. The city of Jerusalem lay wrapped in darkness, a heavy blanket of silence covering the streets, shops, rooftops, and courtyards where people had once walked freely. But tonight the city seemed to hold its breath. Soldiers moved through the shadows with torches flickering in their hands, their armor clinking softly as they passed through narrow alleys. Herod had tightened his grip on everything, and the air felt colder because of it. Believers whispered prayers behind locked doors. Mothers pulled their children inside before sunset. Groups that once gathered to listen to the apostles now stayed hidden. The world felt as though it had turned against them once again. And Peter, the fisherman whom Jesus had turned into a bold preacher, was locked deep inside a prison cell with iron bars and stone walls pressing in around him. He had been arrested before, but this time felt different. James had already been killed. The believers were still mourning him, their hearts trembling with grief that felt fresh, raw, and heavy. Peter knew the city was grieving. He knew his brothers and sisters were praying. He could almost feel those prayers buzzing through the air like invisible threads stretching from house to house, from heart to heart. But he also knew that Herod had set his mind on ending Peter's life as soon as the feast was over. There was no escape plan, no secret door, no political influence that could buy his freedom. The man who had once walked on water now stood chained between two soldiers, with more guarding every hallway and gate. Peter rested his head against the cold stone wall, the chains pressing against his skin, the weight of iron reminding him that night was long, and danger was real. Yet Peter did not despair. He had known fear before, but he had also known the way God could break into the darkest moments with a light no enemy could stop. He remembered sinking in the Sea of Galilee, his hand lifted in desperation, and Jesus pulling him up. He remembered denying his Lord, the bitter tears that followed, and the forgiveness that restored him. He remembered the empty tomb, the locked room where Jesus appeared, and the shore where the resurrected Lord shared breakfast with him. These memories were not fading stories. They were living truth inside Peter's heart. And so the darkness of the prison did not swallow him. Instead, it became a strange sort of cradle. Peter felt peace settle into him, not because he expected a miracle, but because he had surrendered his life a long time ago. Outside the city, believers gathered in the house of Mary, the mother of John Mark. Lamps burned low. People knelt, stood, paced, and whispered earnest prayers to God. Some prayed with tears running down their faces. Others prayed silently, their hearts trembling but full of faith. They did not know what the night would bring. They only knew that prayer was their only weapon, their only comfort, their only way to fight against fear. Their voices rose like a soft wind in the night, weaving through the darkness and reaching the heavens. Inside the prison, Peter's breathing grew steady. The soldiers beside him dozed where they sat, unaware that the greatest moment of the night was about to unfold. The guards at the door remained alert, but even they had no idea what God had planned. The prison felt still, too still, as if creation itself were waiting for an unseen hand to move. Then, without warning, the cell filled with light. Not the harsh, smoky glow of torches. Not the soft shimmer of moonlight slipping in through cracks. This was a light that had no earthly origin, a light that moved like living purity, brightening the entire room without casting shadows. Peter blinked, his sleepy eyes widening as he felt a presence step into the cell. The angel did not announce himself. He did not call Peter by name. He simply touched Peter gently on the side, shaking him awake with the calmness of someone who had entered countless prison cells before. Peter opened his eyes fully, trying to make sense of what he saw. The chains fell from his wrists as if they were nothing but strands of dry grass. The soldiers remained asleep, undisturbed by the light that should have woken them instantly. The angel stood beside Peter with quiet authority, his presence filling the cramped cell with a peace that felt stronger than the iron bars surrounding them. The angel gestured to Peter, urging him to stand, dress, and prepare to walk. Peter obeyed, almost in a daze. He did not feel panic. He felt as though he were moving through a dream, guided by something far beyond his understanding. They stepped out of the cell together. The door swung open without a sound. The guards standing outside did not stir, their eyes open yet unseeing, their bodies frozen in a strange stillness that only God's power could create. Peter followed the angel past them, his heart beating steadily with a strange mix of awe and confusion. They walked down a corridor lined with more guards, all of whom remained unmoving as though time itself had paused for this single moment. The heavy iron gate at the end of the hallway loomed before them. It was enormous, reinforced, and impossible for any man to open quietly. Yet as they approached, the gate swung open on its own, the iron moving like silk, the hinges silent as the night. Peter stepped into the open air, the cool breeze brushing against his face. The city around him slept. Lamps flickered in distant houses, and the occasional bark of a dog echoed through the narrow streets. The angel walked a few more steps with him, the glow around him fading slowly. Peter turned to speak, to ask something, to express gratitude, but the angel disappeared as quietly and suddenly as he had appeared. The night swallowed the last trace of the light, leaving Peter standing alone in a street where no one knew what miracle had just taken place. For a moment, Peter simply stood there. He touched his wrists, feeling the absence of chains. He looked around, expecting soldiers to rush toward him, but the city was still asleep. The air felt calm, untouched, as if God had gently lifted Peter out of the world of danger and placed him back into the world of freedom without disturbing a single soul. Slowly, realization settled into him. This was not a dream. This was not a vision. God had rescued him. Again, he made his way through the familiar streets, staying close to the shadows. His footsteps were silent, but his heart beat loudly with gratitude and astonishment. Every corner he turned, every alley he crossed, felt like a step deeper into God's mercy. When he reached Mary's house, he could hear the soft murmur of voices inside. The believers were still praying. Their words flowed through the night like a river, unaware that the answer to their prayer was standing outside, knocking on the gate. He knocked gently at first. The sound traveled through the quiet courtyard. Inside, a young servant girl named Rhoda heard the knock and hurried to the door. She recognized Peter's voice even before she opened it, and in her joy, she ran back inside to tell everyone, forgetting completely to unlock the gate. Her excitement burst out like sunlight breaking through a storm. She shouted to the group that Peter was at the door. They were stunned, unable to believe her. They assumed it must be his angel, a sign that something tragic had happened. But the knocking continued, persistent, real, human. Finally, they opened the gate and saw Peter standing there, alive, free, and shining with the unmistakable presence of a man who had just touched the edges of God's miraculous power. They surrounded him with joy, awe, and tears. Their prayers had not been in vain. The God who parted seas, stilled storms, and raised the dead had done something once again that only he could do. He had opened prison doors in the middle of the night. Peter raised his hand gently, quieting the excited voices, and told them how the Lord had brought him out of prison. His story flowed like a testimony woven from divine threads. Each moment he spoke was a reminder that God sees his people even in the deepest darkness, even in prisons where hope seems impossible, even in nights where the enemy appears to have complete control. But Peter could not stay long. He knew Herod would soon discover the empty cell. He urged the believers to share the news with the others and then slipped away into the night, trusting God to guide his next steps. The moon hung low in the sky, the stars shimmering like witnesses to the miracle. Peter walked with a renewed sense of purpose. Not fear, not panic, purpose. He had been spared for a reason. Back in the prison, chaos erupted at dawn. Soldiers awoke to find the cell empty. The chains lay on the floor. The gate stood open. The guards could not explain what had happened. Fear spread through the ranks. Herod ordered an investigation, but no human explanation could ever match the divine truth. God had moved in the darkness, and no earthly power could reverse what he had done. Peter traveled from place to place in the days that followed, strengthening believers, sharing the message of freedom, and reminding them that God is not limited by walls, chains, kings, or threats. The memory of the midnight angel never left him. It became a symbol in his heart, a reminder that God's timing often arrives in the quietest hours, when the world is asleep and hope seems thin. Years later, when Peter faced new trials, new challenges, and new dangers, he remembered that night. He remembered the touch of the angel waking him with gentle firmness. He remembered the chains falling without a sound. He remembered the gate opening by itself. And he remembered walking through the silent streets, knowing God had chosen to intervene not with thunder or fire but with a quiet miracle wrapped in the calmness of midnight. Peter lived the rest of his life carrying the truth that God is closest when his people think they are most alone. He knew that prayer unlocks what human hands cannot. He knew that divine help often arrives in ways no one expects. And he knew that darkness is never powerful enough to stop the plans of heaven. The city eventually forgot the details of that night. Soldiers moved on. Herod died. Empires shifted. But the story lived on in the hearts of believers. It became a bedtime story for the exhausted, a reminder for the fearful, a comfort for those trapped in circumstances that feel like prisons. Peter's escape was not just a miracle. It was a message that God sees. God hears. God acts. Sometimes in daylight, sometimes on mountains, but often in the quiet moments, when the world is asleep and the heart is awake in prayer. And when the midnight angel comes, no chain can hold, no gate can stay closed, and no darkness can hide the work of God. Jacob's ladder, a dream that changed a restless man. Jacob walked with a heart full of restlessness that seemed older than his years. The land beneath his feet stretched far and wide, but no matter how far he went, he carried the weight of unfinished stories inside him. His journey away from home was not the journey of a man excited for adventure. It was the journey of someone running from a shadow, a consequence, a brother's anger, and the memory of choices that had grown heavy in his chest. The blessing he received from Isaac should have brought him peace, but instead it brought a fear that pressed against his ribs like cold iron. Esau's threat lingered in Jacob's mind, echoing louder with each mile he put between himself and the tents of his childhood. The sun was sinking slowly when Jacob realized he could not travel anymore. His body ached from the long hours of walking, and his heart felt even more tired. He looked around at the barren land, a stretch of wilderness that offered no comfort except the quiet. The sky deepened into dark shades of purple and blue, and the first stars appeared, blinking softly like distant promises. Jacob searched for a place to rest. No tent, no home, no warm fire prepared by a servant. Only dry earth, scattered stones, and the cool air settling over him like a thin blanket. He gathered a few stones and arranged them near his head, hoping they would offer some form of support. The ground felt hard beneath him, a reminder that he was alone. Truly alone. The kind of aloneness that does not come from distance but from the ache inside the soul. The wind whispered through the grass, and Jacob pulled his cloak around himself. His eyes felt heavy, his spirit even heavier. The worries of the day blended into the quiet of the night as sleep slowly pulled him under. In the deep stillness of that wilderness night, something extraordinary happened. Jacob slipped from the world of exhaustion and sorrow into a dream that felt more real than anything he had ever known. The darkness around him softened, and suddenly he saw a ladder stretching from the earth to the heavens. It was tall, massive, shining with a light that seemed alive. Its rungs glowed like molten gold, and the top disappeared into a brilliance that Jacob could not look at directly. Angels moved up and down the ladder, their presence as graceful as the movements of stars. Their faces shone with a beauty that no human artist could ever capture. Their garments flowed like liquid light, and their steps made no sound. They ascended and descended as though the ladder were a bridge between two worlds, a pathway for celestial messengers carrying out divine purpose. Jacob watched in awe, his breath caught somewhere between fear and wonder. The sight was overwhelming. His heart felt small, fragile, and exposed before the vastness of the heavenly realm being unveiled before him. He wanted to reach out, to climb, to touch the radiance, but he remained rooted where he stood. Then the air around him shifted. A presence filled the space, a presence so powerful and yet so gentle that Jacob felt his knees grow weak. The light intensified, not burning, but warming every part of him. A voice moved through the dream, not loud, not harsh, but strong enough to shake the foundation of Jacob's being. The words flowed like living water, filling the emptiness he carried. The voice declared promises that touched the deepest wounds in Jacob's heart. Promises of land, of descendants, of legacy, and of divine presence. Promises that he was not alone, that his future was not doomed, and that the God of Abraham and Isaac was not only watching him but walking with him. Jacob's chest tightened with emotion. He felt seen, known, understood. Not for his deception, not for his mistakes, not for his fear, but for who he was, who he could become, and who God intended him to be. In that moment, the wilderness around him vanished, and all he could feel was the nearness of a God who refused to abandon him despite his failures. Jacob longed to stay in that dream, to hold onto the ladder and never return to the harshness of reality. But dreams, even divine ones, eventually release their hold. The ladder faded. The angels disappeared. The voice quieted, and Jacob awoke with a gasp. The sky above him was beginning to lighten with dawn. The stones beside his head were the same as before, but everything inside him had changed. The ground felt sacred beneath him, as if the dream had not been imagined but had broken through the veil of the physical world and left traces behind. Jacob sat up slowly, his hands trembling slightly, his heart racing. He looked around, expecting to see something left over from the night's vision, but the world remained ordinary. Yet Jacob knew what had happened was real. More real than the stones, the earth, the cold air. He pressed his hand against the ground as if trying to feel the pulse of something divine. His mind replayed the sight of the ladder, the movements of the angels, the sound of the voice. Every detail felt etched into him like writing on stone. He understood now that this place, this wilderness, this random patch of earth, had been a place where heaven touched earth. And he had slept right there, not knowing the ground beneath him was alive with divine presence. Jacob rose slowly, filled with a sense of awe that humbled him. He looked at the stone he had used for a pillow and lifted it with careful hands. It was rough, ordinary, unremarkable. But Jacob's heart saw it differently now. It had been the resting place of his head when God opened the heavens before him. Jacob felt compelled to mark the moment. He set the stone upright, making it a pillar, a silent witness to the night that had changed him. Then he poured oil over it, letting the liquid run down the sides in a gesture of honor and worship. His mind still echoed with the promise he had heard. A promise of presence. A promise that no matter where he went, God would go with him. The promise wrapped around him like a warm cloak against the morning chill. It did not erase the challenges ahead. It did not remove the dangers of the road or the tension with Esau. But it changed how Jacob saw himself and how he saw the journey. He was no longer a man running from trouble. He was a man being guided toward purpose. Jacob continued his journey with renewed strength. The wilderness no longer felt empty. The silence no longer felt threatening. Every step carried a meaning that had not existed the day before. Jacob's heart, once consumed with worry, now carried a quiet courage. He knew that the God who had revealed the ladder to him was not distant or indifferent. This God was near, active, and deeply invested in Jacob's story. Days passed, then weeks. Jacob reached Haran, where he met Laban and began working among his flocks. Life did not become easy. He faced challenges, conflicts, and deceptions of his own. But something inside Jacob remained anchored to the memory of the ladder. When loneliness whispered to him, he remembered the angels. When fear threatened him, he remembered the promise of divine presence. When uncertainty clouded his path, he remembered the voice that had assured him of his future. That dream became the foundation upon which Jacob built his courage. It became a source of strength that carried him through the long years of labor, through heartbreak, through love, and through exile. In time, Jacob married Leah and Rachel, had children, gained wealth, struggled with Laban, and prepared for the inevitable return home. Through all of it, the memory of that night never left him. It shaped him. It softened him. It reminded him that God had seen him when he was lost, tired, and afraid, and had chosen to meet him in the most unlikely place. The night Jacob encountered the ladder became a turning point not only in his life but in the history of his descendants. It became a story passed down through generations, a reminder that God often meets people in ordinary places, in moments when they feel most alone, in wilderness seasons nobody else witnesses. The ladder became a symbol of connection, of heaven reaching down to earth, of divine purpose touching human frailty. Jacob learned through that dream that his journey was not a consequence of deception but a pathway to transformation. His mistakes did not disqualify him. His fears did not define him. His loneliness did not limit him. God met him in the raw, unpolished state of who he was and offered a promise that stretched far beyond his understanding. Years later, when Jacob wrestled with the angel and received a new name, Israel, he carried with him the memory of the ladder. The two experiences intertwined in his life, shaping his identity and strengthening his spirit. He knew that God had chosen him long before he fully understood. He knew that divine encounters were not random moments but steps along a path designed by heaven. The stones, the stars, the angels, the voice, the promise. All of it remained a treasure in Jacob's heart. And when he grew old, he shared the story with his children, his grandchildren, reminding them that God appears even in desolate places, that divine presence can break into human reality when least expected, and that no one is ever truly alone. Jacob's ladder was not just a dream. It was a message that God bridges the gap between heaven and earth. A message that God speaks to restless hearts. A message that even those who run from their past can be found by grace. And that message still whispers through generations, inviting every weary traveler to look up and remember that heaven is never as far away as it seems. When Ruth slept at the threshing floor, a night of courage, faith, and quiet redemption. Ruth had always been a woman of quiet strength, the type of strength that did not shout or demand attention but flowed gently like a calm river guiding everything in its path. She came from Moab, a land Israel had always viewed with suspicion, yet she carried inside her a loyalty so deep that even Naomi, who had lost everything, found a reason to keep walking because Ruth walked beside her. Their journey from Moab to Bethlehem was not simply a journey across dry land, but a journey through sorrow, hunger, loss, and the determination to begin again when everything inside a person wants to give up. The sun had faded into soft pink and amber behind the Judean hills the night Naomi finally told Ruth about Boaz. Naomi spoke with the sort of careful tone old women use when they know hope is delicate and can break like glass if held too tightly. Boaz was a man of honor, a man whose kindness was already evident to Ruth from the fields where he had allowed her to glean. His presence had felt safe. Not comforting like a home she once had, but comforting like a home she might be able to build if God allowed it. Naomi explained the ancient custom of redemption, the right of a family guardian to marry a widow so the lineage of the deceased might continue. It was a custom of responsibility, of protection, of stability. But Ruth listened not as a woman seeking her own gain. She listened as a woman who had promised she would never leave Naomi. If marrying Boaz meant providing Naomi a secure future, Ruth was willing to step into it even if she did not fully understand what God was shaping around her. Night came slowly. The threshing floor was outside the city, a wide circular area where men threshed barley after harvest, where workers ate, drank, laughed, slept beside their grain, and guarded it from thieves. Ruth felt her heart trembling as she walked toward it. Every step felt like stepping into mystery. The stars above her were bright, spread like dust across the heavens. She wondered if God was watching from each of those lights. She wondered if all the grief she had carried from Moab to Bethlehem was finally beginning to turn into something else. Not happiness, not yet. But possibility. The air smelled of grain, dry earth, and the smoke of small fires. Workers had finished feasting and many were already lying on their cloaks. Ruth saw Boaz among them, a little apart, his form peaceful in sleep. He looked older than she expected, but in a way that carried dignity rather than frailty. She knelt quietly, her hands steady though her breath shook. Naomi had told her to uncover his feet and lie down there. It was not a seduction as some modern tellings stretch it into. It was a symbolic act of humility and request, a request for covering, for protection, for redemption. Ruth uncovered his feet and lay down, curling on her side, her face turned toward the dark, her thoughts whispering inside her chest. The night was long. The moon rose high, silver and soft. Time moved differently in that silence. Ruth thought of Naomi asleep somewhere in the small house they shared. She thought of her husband Mahlon, now gone. She thought of Moab's mountains, the scent of roasted grain her mother used to make, the long road she had chosen to leave behind. Some decisions feel small when we make them but become enormous in the days that follow. Her decision to stay with Naomi had changed the direction of her entire life, and now this night would shape it even further. Around midnight Boaz stirred. Ruth could hear the shift of his breathing, the subtle movements of a man waking to cold feet and unexpected company. He turned, startled, discovering a woman lying at his feet. His quiet exclamation was lost to Ruth because the moment was heavier than sound. She lifted her face toward him, not fearful but brave, because courage does not come from the absence of danger but from the belief that the purpose is worth the risk. Boaz asked who she was. Ruth told him simply that she was Ruth, and she told him she was asking for his covering, for his role as Redeemer, not as a demand but as a request born out of Naomi's wisdom and her own humble hope. The air between them felt full like a stretched rope holding the weight of what the future could be. Boaz understood immediately the depth of the request. He could have turned her away. He could have judged her for approaching at night. But instead, he saw her character, the loyalty she had shown Naomi, the effort she had put into survival without complaint. He praised her choice to seek a man of character rather than chase after younger men. Ruth felt relief move through her body like a warm wave because she realized he was not offended. He was touched. But Boaz told her something she had not expected. He explained there was another relative closer in line to redeem her, someone who had first right to fulfill the custom. Boaz promised he would speak to that man in the morning. And he promised that if the man refused, he himself would redeem her. He said it with the calm certainty of a man unwilling to break his word. Ruth listened, her heart steady. She did not know what the outcome would be. She did not know whether she would become Boaz's wife or return to Naomi with disappointing news. But she felt peace. Peace seldom comes when everything is reso. Lved. It often comes when we realize God is working in the shadows even when we cannot predict the ending. Boaz gently told her to remain until morning, not out of impropriety but protection, because he did not want people to misunderstand her presence. So Ruth stayed. She lay again at his feet, the cold ground beneath her covered only by thin cloth, but her heart warmed by the kindness she had received. She watched the sky fade from black to deep navy to streaks of gray. She could hear the animals stirring, the distant sounds of workers waking. Boaz rose before dawn and filled Ruth's shawl with 6 measures of barley, a gift for Naomi, a sign of goodwill, a promise of intention. Ruth held the heavy weight of grain close to her body, its warmth lingering even after it settled in her arms. She returned to Naomi, whose eyes widened when she saw Ruth approaching in the soft morning light. Naomi asked what happened, and Ruth told her everything. Naomi listened, her old heart lighting with renewed hope. She told Ruth to sit still and wait because Boaz would not rest until he resolved the matter that very day. Naomi had known grief so deep it had aged her spirit, but now she saw how God had gently woven hope back into her life through this Moabite woman who had chosen loyalty over convenience. Boaz kept his word. He went to the city gate where legal matters were settled, and he spoke to the nearer relative. The man refused the duty of redemption for his own reasons, and Boaz immediately stepped forward to claim the right he had hoped for but never assumed. The elders witnessed it. The people blessed it. And the story that had begun with 2 widows walking empty-handed into Bethlehem transformed into a story of restoration, dignity, and future. But the story of that night on the threshing floor remained its quiet center. That night was not romantic in the modern sense. It was sacred. A moment where two lives intersected under the open sky, where a woman sought refuge and a man responded with honor. A moment God used to change the lineage of history itself. Ruth married Boaz, and together they had a son named Obed. Obed would become the father of Jesse. Jesse would become the father of David. And through David would come the lineage that led to Jesus. One night of humility, courage, and obedience at a dusty threshing floor became a thread God wove into the greatest story the world has ever known. But the deeper story is what happens inside Ruth's heart through all of this. She learned that trust sometimes means stepping into the unknown when the moon is the only light guiding your feet. She learned that faith means doing what is right even when others might misunderstand. She learned that God sees every sacrifice, every loyal decision, every moment of quiet endurance. And she learned that God can turn foreign beginnings, widowhood, poverty, and uncertainty into a legacy that shapes eternity. When the nights were colder in later years, when Ruth lay beside Boaz in their warm home, she must have remembered that first night lying at his feet. She must have remembered the trembling in her chest, the weight of risk, the breath she held as she waited for him to awaken. And she must have smiled knowing she had stepped into God's plan without even realizing the magnitude of what was unfolding. Boaz too must have remembered it as the night he discovered the strength and purity of a woman God had brought into his life. He must have remembered the way she looked up at him in the dim light, not afraid but courageous. And he must have thanked God for the moment he recognized a destiny standing quietly at his feet. The threshing floor became more than a place for barley. It became the beginning of redemption for two women who had lost everything. It became the first spark in a chain of God's divine movements. It became a reminder that sometimes God writes the biggest chapters of our lives in the most ordinary or unexpected places under the cover of night when we least expect Him to be working. And so as Ruth grew older, teaching Obed how to walk, how to harvest, how to honor God, she carried within her the memory of that night. She carried the understanding that faith is not loud. Faith is a quiet step forward when nothing around you promises safety. Faith is lying down at the feet of destiny because God says trust. Faith is waking before dawn with the hope that whatever God is shaping will be good because He Himself is good. Her story is one of gentle strength. A strength that began not with power but with humility. A strength that grew not from wealth but from loyalty. A strength that left Moab with only what she could carry and built a life future generations would celebrate. Ruth's night at the threshing floor remains a story of quiet bravery, patient waiting, sacred redemption, and the mysterious way God takes the softest hearts and uses them to move mountains unseen. The night Jacob wrestled with the angel, when a man meets God in the dark. Jacob stood beside the riverbank long after the sun disappeared behind the hills of Gilead. The sky above him was thick with starlight, but it did little to ease the turmoil twisting inside his chest. He had sent his wives, his children, his servants, and all his possessions ahead of him. The air carried the scent of water, dust, and fear. Tomorrow he would meet Esau, the brother he had deceived, the brother who once promised revenge, the brother he had not seen in many years. The weight of unfinished stories often becomes the heaviest burden a person carries. Jacob knew that all the cleverness that had helped him survive until now could not protect him from what tomorrow might bring. The night settled deeply, quietly, almost painfully. Jacob had been running his entire life, running from Esau, running from Laban, running from conflict, running from the consequences of the choices he made as a younger man. But tonight there was nowhere left to run. Sometimes God allows a man to be cornered, not to destroy him but to transform him. Jacob felt that invisible pressure closing around him, the kind that pushes a man to finally face what he has avoided for years. He walked along the riverbank, listening to the rush of the water as it moved over smooth stones. His mind replayed memories like echoes he could not silence. He remembered the stew he cooked, the hunger in Esau's eyes, the trick that felt small at the time but became enormous in its consequences. He remembered the goat skins, the trembling in his hands as he stood before Isaac pretending to be someone he was not. He remembered the blessing he took with deception, the inheritance he carried with guilt, and the long years of exile that followed. He remembered the fear on Rebekah's face when she urged him to flee. And now here he was, a grown man with children and responsibilities, still feeling the same fear that drove him away long ago. Jacob knelt in the dust, pressing his forehead into the ground. His prayers were not polished or poetic. They were desperate, raw, the kind that rise from the core of a man who has reached his limit. He whispered into the silence that he could not go back and he could not go forward unless God did something. The loneliness of the night wrapped around him like a cold cloak. He felt exposed before God, unable to hide behind words or excuses. Sometimes the most honest prayer is simply "I cannot do this alone." Time moved slowly. The moon shifted across the sky. The night deepened. And then Jacob sensed a presence. He did not hear footsteps or see a shadow approaching. It was more like the air changed, like something holy and heavy arrived without sound. He stood up quickly, his heart pounding. There in the darkness a figure appeared, not immediately clear, not human in the ordinary sense, yet not terrifying. The figure stepped toward him and Jacob stepped forward instinctively as if drawn by something beyond understanding. Without warning, the stranger seized him. Jacob reacted instantly, gripping back, his body leaning into the force, his muscles tensing. The struggle began so suddenly that Jacob did not have time to think. It was instinct born from a lifetime of fighting for survival. The two figures locked arms, pushing, pulling, stumbling in the dust. The sand beneath them scattered as they wrestled, their bodies twisting, their breath heavy. The river roared nearby, indifferent to the holy battle taking place on its bank. Jacob did not know who he was fighting. But something in him recognized this was no ordinary man. The strength of the stranger was immense, not like the strength of a warrior but like the strength of something eternal. Yet Jacob refused to loosen his grip. Every fear he had carried, every regret he had buried, every wound he had hidden seemed to rise inside him, fueling his resistance. He wrestled with the determination of a man who knows everything depends on this one encounter. The night grew colder. Their bodies glistened with sweat under the faint moonlight. Dust clung to their skin. The stranger tried to overpower Jacob, but Jacob pushed back with everything in him. The struggle was fierce, physical, spiritual, emotional. Jacob felt as though he was fighting not just this mysterious figure but his own past, his own failures, his own name which meant deceiver. He felt as if all the years of running, deceiving, and surviving had led him to this moment where God himself confronted him in a form he could not fully comprehend. Hours passed. Neither man yielded. Jacob's muscles burned. His breath came in sharp gasps. The stranger's grip was unrelenting, yet there was a sense of mercy in the strength. It was as if the figure could have crushed Jacob at any moment but chose instead to test him, to reveal his endurance, to draw out the core of who he was. Jacob clung tighter, refusing to fall, refusing to surrender. Some battles in life are won not because of skill but because a person refuses to let go. The sky began to lighten, faint streaks of dawn brushing the horizon. As the first hints of morning appeared, the stranger spoke with a voice that carried both command and compassion. He told Jacob to let him go because dawn was approaching. But Jacob refused. He felt something rising inside him, a fierce longing, a deep need, a desperation that was not born of fear but of recognition. He understood now that this was no ordinary opponent. This was a divine encounter, a moment designed by God to bring him to a place he had never reached before. So Jacob held tighter and said he would not let go until he received a blessing. The stranger touched Jacob's hip with a simple press of his hand, and instantly pain shot through Jacob's body. His hip wrenched out of place, sending fire down his leg. Jacob cried out, stumbling, yet he did not release his grip. He clung with shaking arms, one leg barely holding him. His body felt broken but his spirit remained unbroken. This was faith in its rawest form, faith that clings even when hurting, faith that refuses to release God even in pain. Jacob's determination rose like a shout within him. He was desperate not for more wealth, not for more power, but for transformation. The stranger asked his name. Jacob replied with the name he had carried since birth. The name tied to his past, his mistakes, his identity shaped by trickery and grabbing what was not his. The stranger told him that from this moment on, his name would no longer be Jacob but Israel, meaning one who wrestles with God and prevails. In that sentence Jacob's entire identity shifted. It was not merely a new name. It was a new calling, a new nature, a new destiny. He had wrestled with God and with men and had not been overcome. Jacob felt the transformation inside him like a deep breath of air after being underwater too long. He realized God had come not to punish him but to change him. The struggle had broken his hip, but restored his soul. The battle had wounded his body but healed his identity. Sometimes God wounds a man so he can bless him. Sometimes he takes something so he can give more. Sometimes he breaks something old so something new can rise. Jacob finally released his grip as the figure stepped back, the dawn illuminating the divine presence with soft light. And then the stranger departed, leaving Jacob standing alone beside the river with the sun rising behind him. Jacob touched his hip, now weakened, painful, a reminder of the encounter. He limped as he walked, but his limp was not a mark of defeat. It was a mark of transformation, the signature of a man who had met God and been changed forever. He crossed the river slowly, each step deliberate, each step infused with new purpose. The limp would stay with him for the rest of his life, a reminder that blessing often comes through struggle, that encounters with God may come with both pain and power. But Jacob welcomed it because he knew it meant he had been seen, challenged, renamed, restored. He approached his family, who watched him with concern as he limped toward them. But Jacob's face was different. There was peace in his eyes, a confidence that had not been there the night before. He moved with the calm assurance of a man who knew God was with him. Later that morning he saw Esau approaching with 400 men. The sight would have made the old Jacob tremble. But Israel, the new man, walked forward boldly. Not because he was certain Esau would forgive him but because he was certain God was now guiding his steps. He bowed repeatedly as he approached his brother, an act of humility he had never shown before. And then, in a moment Jacob had not dared to imagine, Esau ran to him, embraced him, and wept with him. The reconciliation that followed was not only between two brothers. It was between Jacob and the life he had feared for so long. It was the fruit of the transformation that took place during that long night at the river. God had prepared Jacob's heart, and God had softened Esau's heart. The fight had been necessary. The wound had been necessary. The blessing had been necessary. As Jacob continued his journey with his family, he carried a new understanding of God. He understood now that God was not only the God of his father Isaac or his grandfather Abraham. God was also the God who met him personally in the darkest night of his life. The God who wrestles with a man until everything falls away. The God who breaks to rebuild. The God who blesses through struggle. The God who gives new names to those willing to hold on until dawn. In his later years, Jacob would often sit by the fire, the flickering light illuminating the lines on his face. His children and grandchildren might ask him why he walked with a limp. And Jacob would tell them the story of the night he wrestled with a mysterious figure beside the Jabbok River. He would explain how he held on through pain, through fear, through uncertainty. And he would tell them how that night defined him more than any other moment of his life. Not the night he took Esau's blessing, not the years he worked for Laban, not the wealth he gained. The night that mattered most was the night he encountered God face to face and lived. He would tell them that every person has a night like that, a night where God confronts them, challenges them, strips away everything unnecessary, and asks who they are. He would tell them to hold on, to cling to God even when the struggle feels unbearable, because dawn always comes and with it comes the blessing only God can give. Jacob's story is a reminder that transformation often happens in the dark. It happens when we are alone, when we face our fears, when we confront our past, when we fight for a future we cannot yet see. It is in those midnight moments that God does his deepest work. Jacob wrestled with God, and the wrestle changed the destiny of nations. From him came the 12 tribes of Israel. From him came a lineage that shaped the identity of a people. From him came the faith that would carry through generations. And even deeper than all of that, from him came the understanding that God is not distant or unreachable. He is a God who meets his children where they are, even if it means wrestling them into blessing. And so the night Jacob wrestled with the angel stands as one of Scripture's most mysterious and beautiful moments. A moment where God chose to touch a man's life not with thunder or fire, but with struggle. A moment where a man refused to let go until he received what only God could give. A moment where pain became a doorway to purpose and surrender became a pathway to strength. Jacob walked into that night as a deceiver. He walked out as Israel. And for the rest of his life, he carried the limp of a man who had seen God in the shadows and found victory in the struggle. Daniel in the lion's den, a night of faith, courage, and divine protection. Daniel had lived his life in obedience long before the night he found himself in the lion's den. From his youth, he had been a man of steadfast character, a man whose heart belonged fully to God, even in a land that did not honor God as he did. Babylon was vast, full of power, wealth, and kings who demanded loyalty to the throne above all else. And yet Daniel's loyalty to God never wavered. He was chosen for high office because of his wisdom, his ability to interpret dreams, and the integrity that set him apart from the others. But this very distinction that elevated him in the eyes of the king also stirred jealousy and anger among those who plotted in shadows, men whose hearts were full of deceit and envy. The conspirators devised a plan to destroy him, knowing that Daniel's devotion to God made him untouchable in ordinary ways. They convinced King Darius to issue a law that anyone who prayed to any god or man other than the king for 30 days would be thrown into the lion's den. The law was clever, binding even the king by his own decree. When Daniel heard of it, he did not hesitate. He went straight to his room, as he always had, and opened the windows toward Jerusalem. He knelt down, just as he had for years, and prayed, giving thanks to God, lifting his heart in faithful devotion, fully aware of the danger he faced. The conspirators caught him in the act, and their hearts leapt with wicked delight. They rushed to the king to report that Daniel had disobeyed the law. King Darius was grieved because he had great affection for Daniel. The law, however, was unchangeable, and the king reluctantly gave orders that Daniel be cast into the den. The lions were fierce, their mouths large, their teeth sharp, their eyes bright with hunger. The stone covering the den was rolled into place. The king sealed it with his ring, binding himself by his own law, and returned to the palace with a heavy heart. He spent the night fasting and sleepless, walking in the halls, speaking to no one, fearing for the life of the man he admired. Meanwhile, in the den, Daniel knelt on the cold stone floor, surrounded by the smell of the animals, the weight of darkness pressing down, the hunger of the lions palpable in the air. And yet he did not panic. His faith had been forged through years of trials, discipline, exile, and dependence on God. He spoke quietly to the Lord, not asking for escape from the danger as much as for the presence of God to remain with him. His prayers were not loud but fervent, steady, rising like incense into the dark air of the den. Every sense around him told him of mortal peril, yet his heart was anchored in the belief that God's protection could reach into even the darkest pit. The lions circled him, sniffed him, growled, and rested their massive heads near his knees. The sound of their breathing was heavy, rhythmic, terrifying. Daniel could feel the heat of their bodies, the subtle movement of claws against stone, the low rumble in their chests. He could not ignore the reality that he was alone, surrounded by deadly creatures. Yet somehow the fear that would have consumed any ordinary man was kept at bay. He lifted his eyes, imagining the angels of God walking unseen among the beasts. He whispered promises that he had learned in youth, verses committed to memory, and the truths he had studied all his life. His mind and spirit were occupied with God, not with terror. The night deepened. Stars moved silently across the sky above the opening of the den. The air grew cooler, carrying the scent of night and stone. Daniel's body grew weary from the cold and the tension, yet his faith never wavered. He felt the presence of God as if a shield of invisible hands separated him from the jaws that could have ended his life. Each lion moved as though tamed, their natural instincts held at bay by the unseen hand of divine authority. Daniel marveled not at his own bravery but at the mercy and power of God, who chose to preserve him in such a hopeless place. His entire being was a prayer, a living testimony, a living act of worship in the midst of danger. Outside, the king could not sleep. He walked his palace halls, wringing his hands, speaking to himself, filled with a mixture of fear and hope. The conspirators had manipulated him, yet he knew Daniel's devotion. He remembered the young man who had interpreted dreams, who had been faithful even as a captive, who had honored God in exile. His heart pleaded silently for God to protect Daniel. He could do nothing, bound as he was by law and honor, but he trusted that divine providence was greater than royal authority. As the night wore on, the den became a place of miracle. The lions, immense and hungry, did not harm Daniel. Their mouths remained closed, their claws still. The darkness was absolute, yet the light of God's presence filled every corner, unseen but unmistakable. Daniel felt his soul calm, a peace that surpassed all understanding. In his mind, he saw visions of past deliverances, the faithfulness of Joseph in Egypt, the mercy shown to Moses and the Israelites, the guidance of God through deserts, storms, and rivers. Each memory strengthened him, each recollection anchored him in the truth that God is faithful to those who love him. By the time the first rays of morning light touched the top of the den, Daniel had remained steadfast for the entire night. His body was cold, stiff, and aching, but his spirit was alive, vibrant, unbroken. The dawn was not merely a sign of a new day but the herald of God's power manifested. The moment the king arrived at the den, his heart pounding, he cried out to Daniel. His voice echoed into the darkness, the morning wind carrying it across the stone walls. Daniel responded immediately, alive, unhurt, filled with gratitude and joy. The king's face transformed from anxiety to astonishment. He immediately commanded that Daniel be lifted from the pit. Daniel emerged, untouched by teeth, claws, or the darkness of the night. His garments were clean, his spirit unbroken. The king fell upon his knees, praising the God who had delivered Daniel. The conspirators who had plotted against him were thrown into the den instead, where the lions did what they were created to do. Justice was served. Mercy had been extended to the faithful, and the wicked had fallen into their own trap. Daniel's deliverance was not only a personal miracle but a public demonstration of divine power, a story that would be told for generations, a testimony of courage, obedience, and God's ability to save. In the following days, Daniel continued to serve the king faithfully. He did not boast, he did not seek vengeance beyond what justice had already provided. He remained humble, grateful, and fully devoted to God. His experience in the den changed him. The fear of man diminished in comparison to the trust in God that had preserved him. Every action, every decision, carried the mark of a man who had stared death in the face and discovered that faith is stronger than any predator, that prayer is mightier than fear, and that God's presence can penetrate the darkest places of the earth. The story of Daniel's night in the lion's den became more than a story of survival. It became a blueprint for courage under trial, a model of faith under pressure, a reminder that God honors those who honor Him. Children would grow up hearing it, believers would recall it in times of distress, and leaders would remember that integrity and devotion hold power beyond political or military might. Daniel's life became a living proof that God can preserve, protect, and exalt those who choose obedience over compromise, righteousness over convenience, and faith over fear. Even in later years, Daniel would look back on that night and remember the stillness of the den, the weight of the darkness, the sound of lions breathing nearby, and the overwhelming sense that God was holding him with invisible hands. He would recount to others the lesson that obedience may place you in peril, but it also places you under the protection of the Almighty. He would emphasize that true courage is quiet, patient, and anchored in unwavering faith. The night in the lion's den shaped Daniel's legacy as much as any dream he interpreted or decree he served. It shaped his character, his witness, and the testimony of God's power for all time. That night revealed the heart of God, the steadfastness of His promises, and the protection reserved for those who remain faithful. It showed that even in the direst circumstances, when human law and human enemies seem absolute, divine power remains supreme. Daniel became an eternal symbol of unwavering trust, a man who faced danger, embraced faith, and walked away unharmed, leaving behind a story that echoes through history as a reminder that the God who watches, protects, and delivers is the same God who walks with His children today. Noah's Ark, a night that changed the world forever. Noah had walked with God for many years, a man set apart in a world that had grown dark and corrupt. From the earliest days of his family, he had been taught the ways of righteousness, but as he looked upon the earth, he saw a world consumed by greed, violence, and the breaking of every commandment God had given to mankind. Human hearts had become hardened, cruel, and selfish, and the cries of the earth itself seemed to rise to heaven. Noah grieved over what he saw, feeling the weight of responsibility for the future of life, knowing that he and his family were called to play a role in something much greater than themselves, a task that required courage, faith, and endurance beyond imagination. When God spoke to Noah, instructing him to build an ark, Noah did not hesitate. He was not a man who questioned the impossible. He was a man whose heart had been trained in obedience, and he knew that divine instruction was not to be resisted. The ark was to be massive, a sanctuary of life, a vessel of preservation in the midst of coming destruction. The measurements were precise, the materials carefully chosen, and the construction would take years. Neighbors laughed at him, mocked him, and called him a fool. Rain had not yet fallen in the way God would bring it, and the sky was clear. Yet Noah continued to hammer, saw, and shape the wood with unwavering determination. Each nail driven, each plank measured, and each joint secured was an act of trust, a declaration that he believed God even when the world mocked him. His sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, worked by his side, following the same instructions, helping to carve out a structure that would hold life itself. Their days were long, their muscles weary, yet their spirits remained anchored in faith. Noah also prepared spaces within the ark for his wife, his sons' wives, and the animals he would gather. God's command included every kind of living creature, 2 of every kind, male and female, to ensure that life would continue after the judgment. Noah had never seen the flood he was to face, had never felt the rains that would destroy all he had known, but he built the ark with confidence, his heart steady because God had spoken, and Noah had always walked in obedience. As the construction neared completion, Noah began to gather the animals. Lions and lambs, elephants and birds, creeping things and creatures of the forest, all began to follow the patterns God had commanded. The animals entered the ark with a natural rhythm that seemed guided by divine will. The larger animals moved with majestic deliberation, the smaller creatures scuttled and flew in harmony, and Noah marveled at the order of creation. Feeding, caring for, and calming the animals became a monumental task, one that tested patience, endurance, and compassion. Each day Noah ensured that water and food were plentiful, that the animals were secure, and that the ark would be ready for the coming storm. When the ark was finally complete, the sky began to darken in ways the people of the world had never seen. Clouds gathered, heavy and brooding, stretching from horizon to horizon. Rumors spread through the towns that Noah was right, that the world would be cleansed, but few believed until the first drops of rain fell. The rains began softly, almost unnoticeably, then intensified, transforming into torrents that hammered the ground, flooded the rivers, and drove all living things to seek higher ground. Panic gripped the hearts of those who had ignored God's warnings. They ran, they shouted, they tried to flee, but there was nowhere to go. Noah and his family, however, were safe inside the ark. The doors were sealed, the animals secure, and the presence of God hovered over them like a protective shadow. For 40 days and 40 nights, the rain did not cease. The waters rose, consuming the earth, lifting the ark above mountains, and covering valleys, cities, and fields that had once been teeming with life. The wind howled, waves crashed, and the earth itself seemed to groan beneath the weight of the deluge. Yet inside the ark, there was a remarkable sense of calm. Noah moved among his family, caring for the animals, ensuring they had warmth and food, singing songs of praise, whispering prayers of gratitude for the protection God had given. Each day brought new challenges as the animals adjusted to confinement, as the smells and sounds pressed against the patience of humans and beasts alike, but Noah remained steadfast. He knew that life depended on discipline, obedience, and faith, and he embodied those virtues with every act. The darkness inside the ark was profound at times, broken only by shafts of light through small windows. Noah would sit with his sons, listening to the animals breathe, whispering encouragement to the creatures, murmuring prayers of thanksgiving, and contemplating the world that had passed away. The roar of the water outside was relentless, yet inside, there was peace. It was a sanctuary not built merely of wood, but of faith, hope, and obedience. Noah knew the storm would eventually end, though he could not yet see the sky beyond the rain. His heart remained anchored in God's promise, the same promise that had guided him to build the ark and to preserve life against impossible odds. After many weeks, the rains began to lessen. The ark floated on waters that covered everything, mountains, hills, and cities alike submerged beneath the flood. Noah released a raven, watching it fly over the water, uncertain if it would return. Then he sent a dove, and it returned, unable to find a place to rest. A week later, he sent it again, and it returned with an olive leaf clutched in its beak, signaling that the waters were receding. Each day brought hope, a sign that life was returning, that God's promise of preservation and restoration was true. Noah prayed with joy, thanking God for his mercy, for the steadfastness of his promise, and for the chance to witness a world reborn. Finally, the ark came to rest on the mountains of Ararat. Noah opened the doors and the animals began to leave, stepping onto dry ground that had been cleansed by the flood. The air was fresh, the earth renewed, and the sky filled with light. Noah and his family rejoiced. He built an altar, offering sacrifices of gratitude to God. The aroma rose to heaven as a testimony of thankfulness, a sign that life would continue under divine guidance. God spoke to Noah, promising that he would never again destroy the earth with a flood, setting the rainbow in the sky as a sign of his covenant with all living creatures. Each color became a symbol of hope, mercy, and the enduring presence of God in the world. Noah's family began to repopulate the earth, planting crops, building homes, and raising children in faith. The world was forever changed, not only by the flood but by the lessons learned in obedience, endurance, and trust. Noah's story became a living testimony of the power of God, the importance of faithfulness, and the strength that comes from listening and obeying divine instruction. Every generation that followed would remember the man who built an ark in the face of mockery, who preserved life against overwhelming odds, and who trusted God through the storm when all else seemed lost. Even in his later years, Noah would reflect on the nights inside the ark, the roar of the waters, the cries of the animals, the darkness that seemed to stretch forever. He remembered the fear, the uncertainty, and the faith that carried him through. He would tell his children and grandchildren that obedience is more powerful than the mightiest storm, that God's promises are true even when unseen, and that courage rooted in faith can preserve life, transform hearts, and shape the course of history. The rainbow remained as a daily reminder that God keeps his promises and that the faithful are never abandoned, no matter how dark or impossible the night may seem. Noah's ark was more than a vessel. It was a testament to faith, a refuge in the midst of destruction, a symbol of divine protection, and a monument to human obedience in partnership with God. The story reminds all who hear it that storms will come, the world may grow dark, danger may appear insurmountable, but God's presence, guidance, and promises endure. Noah's faith, patience, and courage became the blueprint for living faithfully, showing that the greatest journeys begin with obedience and the willingness to trust in a God who is faithful, merciful, and ever-present. And so the flood ended, but the story did not. Noah's legacy lived on in every seed planted, every family raised, and every person who looked to the rainbow in the sky and remembered that life can be preserved and renewed through faith, trust, and steadfast obedience. The night inside the ark, the days of rain, and the deliverance that followed shaped not only his life but the destiny of every living creature that walked the earth thereafter. Joseph and his brothers, from betrayal to divine purpose. Joseph had always been different from his brothers, not because he sought distinction but because he carried within him a vision, a clarity, and a faith that others around him did not yet understand. He was the son of Jacob, dearly loved by his father, and that love shone plainly in the beautiful coat Jacob had made for him. The coat was not merely fabric but a symbol of favor, of recognition, of the hope Jacob placed in Joseph's future. This favor, however, bred jealousy among his brothers, who labored day in and day out in the fields and felt overlooked, undervalued, and resentful of the attention that seemed to follow Joseph wherever he went. Their hearts, filled with bitterness, could not comprehend that God often works through what seems unfair in human eyes. Joseph's dreams, which he shared openly, only fueled the fire of envy. He dreamt of sheaves bowing to him, of the sun, moon, and stars acknowledging his rise. To him, these dreams were visions of God's plan, glimpses into a destiny beyond his understanding. To his brothers, they were arrogance and presumption, reasons enough to act with cruelty. They conspired, spoke in whispers, and plotted in the shadows while Joseph remained blissfully unaware of the storm gathering around him. The day that would change his life began with simple work in the fields, tending flocks, and performing duties that should have been mundane but instead became the backdrop for betrayal. His brothers seized him when he was alone, casting him into a pit, dark and cold. Joseph did not scream or resist beyond the initial struggle. He had been raised in faith, and even in fear, a part of him trusted that God had not abandoned him. The pit was not a prison yet a beginning, a place where despair met divine purpose. As they debated what to do, their minds full of malice, they sold Joseph to a caravan of Ishmaelites traveling to Egypt. They covered their guilt with falsehoods, bringing Joseph's coat, stained and torn, to their father and convincing him that Joseph had been devoured by a wild beast. Jacob's grief was immense, yet God's plan moved forward quietly, unseen by human eyes, as it always does. Joseph's journey to Egypt was long and arduous. He was sold as a servant, carried away from the familiar hills of Canaan to a land of foreign tongues, customs, and rulers. He found himself in the house of Potiphar, an officer of Pharaoh, where his integrity, diligence, and faith quickly earned him favor. Joseph was not embittered by the betrayal, nor did he seek vengeance immediately. Instead, he worked with a steady hand, a clear mind, and a heart attuned to God. Every task he performed, from managing servants to handling Potiphar's household, was done with excellence, a reflection of his belief that God's blessing could manifest even in the lowest places. But trials continued. Potiphar's wife, drawn to his appearance and perhaps impressed by his character, sought to tempt Joseph. He refused, fleeing from sin, protecting both his integrity and the honor of God. Yet false accusations led to his imprisonment, a place dark, confined, and filled with men who had also fallen out of favor. Here, in this prison, Joseph's faith was tested again. He could have despaired, but instead he became a beacon of hope, interpreting dreams for the prisoners, managing the household of the jailers, and demonstrating wisdom that was far beyond his years. The gift God had given him continued to unfold, and his reputation grew quietly even in chains. Years passed, and Joseph's ability to interpret dreams reached the ears of Pharaoh, who was troubled by visions none could understand. Pharaoh dreamed of 7 fat cows and 7 lean cows, of 7 healthy ears of grain and 7 thin ears, and no advisor could provide insight. Joseph was summoned, brought from the darkness of prison into the dazzling splendor of the palace. He listened attentively, not claiming glory for himself, but giving credit to God. He interpreted the dreams as a warning and a plan. 7 years of abundance would be followed by 7 years of famine. Joseph did not stop at interpretation. He advised action, outlining a strategy to store grain during the years of plenty so that the land would survive the years of scarcity. Pharaoh saw wisdom and divine insight in Joseph, and he elevated him to the highest position in Egypt, second only to the king himself. Joseph's rise was meteoric, yet he never forgot his family or the land of his birth. The famine spread across the region, touching even Canaan, where his father and brothers struggled to feed their families. They traveled to Egypt seeking grain, unaware that the powerful overseer who provided their salvation was the very brother they had betrayed. Joseph recognized them immediately, though they did not recognize him. Here, the stage was set for reconciliation, a confrontation of past sins, and the unfolding of God's plan. Joseph's initial response was cautious. He tested their hearts, observing their interactions, gauging whether repentance had softened their spirits. He could have sought revenge, called down punishment, or displayed the pain of years past. Instead, he chose wisdom, restraint, and mercy. He questioned them, challenged them to reflect on their behavior, and created circumstances that revealed the truth of their hearts. The brothers wrestled with guilt, fear, and the realization that their younger brother, whom they had sold, now held their lives in his hands. Finally, Joseph revealed himself, speaking words that brought relief, astonishment, and tears. He reminded them that God had used their actions for a greater purpose, to save many lives, including their own, from famine. Joseph's forgiveness was complete, not conditional, not hesitant, but flowing from a heart aligned with God's plan. His brothers fell before him, humbled, and Joseph embraced them, offering provision, protection, and reassurance. The reunion was not merely familial, it was a living testament to divine providence, mercy, and the ways God can turn human betrayal into fulfillment of his plan. Joseph's life continued with service to Pharaoh, management of Egypt during the famine, and care for his family. Jacob and his entire household moved to Egypt, finding sustenance and security in a land once foreign and fearful. The story of Joseph, from the pit to the palace, from betrayal to reconciliation, became a powerful lesson about integrity, patience, and trust in God's timing. Joseph never sought revenge, never allowed bitterness to consume him, and never lost sight of God's purpose even in the darkest valleys of his life. In later years, Joseph reflected on his journey, recognizing that every trial, betrayal, and imprisonment had been necessary to prepare him for the role God had called him to. He understood that the pain of being sold, the fear of being forgotten, and the uncertainty of imprisonment were instruments of divine shaping. The suffering he endured became a pathway to wisdom, empathy, and authority. Joseph knew that his ability to forgive and bless his brothers was born from the patience and faith cultivated through years of adversity. Joseph's story illustrates that God's purposes are often beyond human comprehension. What seems like misfortune, betrayal, or suffering can be the very medium through which God brings salvation and fulfillment. Joseph's life reminds all who hear it that integrity must be maintained, faith must endure, and that God is working even when the circumstances are dire, the path is unclear, and hope seems distant. The providence that carried Joseph from a pit to the palace demonstrates that obedience, character, and trust in God's timing are rewarded in ways that surpass human expectation. The reunion with his family became the cornerstone of his legacy. Joseph provided for Jacob, ensuring his father's final years were comfortable, and he guided his brothers, teaching them wisdom and management of resources that would sustain their descendants. Joseph's humility and steadfastness created a foundation that influenced not only Egypt but generations of his family, shaping history and lineage in ways that were unimaginable when he lay in the pit, betrayed and alone. Joseph also remained mindful of God's presence in every decision. He acknowledged that his wisdom was a gift, his rise was orchestrated by God, and his ability to interpret dreams and plan for the famine was divinely inspired. This awareness kept him humble, prayerful, and dedicated, even as Pharaoh's court celebrated his achievements. Joseph's heart remained aligned with God, ensuring that power did not corrupt, that wealth did not inflate pride, and that authority did not blind him to justice and mercy. Through all of these experiences, Joseph never lost sight of the bigger picture. He saw that God's plan extended beyond personal success, beyond revenge or restitution. God's plan encompassed the salvation of many, the preservation of life, and the unfolding of promises given to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Joseph became an instrument of God's purpose, a living example that even human betrayal and suffering can serve the greater good when aligned with divine will. Joseph's story is not only a historical account but a spiritual lesson. It teaches that faith and obedience are critical even when circumstances are unfavorable. It demonstrates that forgiveness and mercy are stronger than revenge and bitterness. It shows that God's providence can transform suffering into salvation, betrayal into reconciliation, and despair into hope. Joseph's life reminds everyone that God sees all things, guides all events, and works in ways that are often invisible to human eyes but perfect in outcome. Even as he aged, Joseph would recount his journey to his children and grandchildren, emphasizing the importance of integrity, faith, and trust in God. He would tell them that no matter the depth of betrayal, the height of adversity, or the darkness of imprisonment, God's hand is present, guiding, sustaining, and preparing for fulfillment of promises that surpass human understanding. Joseph's life, from favored son to slave, prisoner, advisor, and savior of nations, remains a testimony to the power of faith, obedience, and divine purpose. Joseph forgave, he provided, he led, and he trusted. The brothers he once feared would curse him became his partners in God's plan. The land that once rejected him became the stage for his destiny. And the God who had guided him from dream to betrayal to palace ensured that every step, every trial, every moment of uncertainty, was purposeful, culminating in a life that glorified God and preserved humanity in the midst of famine. Joseph's story stands as a beacon of hope, courage, and faith, a reminder that God's plan is perfect, His timing is impeccable, and His providence is unending. Moses and the parting of the Red Sea, a night of faith, courage, and divine power. Moses had grown up in the palace of Pharaoh, surrounded by wealth, privilege, and power, yet his heart always belonged to the God of his ancestors. Even as he learned the ways of Egypt, he could not ignore the cries of his people, the Israelites, enslaved for generations, burdened by forced labor, and denied the dignity of freedom. The oppression of the Israelites weighed heavily on him, and when he finally acted to defend one of his people, killing an Egyptian taskmaster, he realized that his life had changed forever. Fear of punishment drove him into the desert, away from the palace, away from the only home he had known. In the wilderness, Moses learned the life of a shepherd, a man who tended flocks and cultivated patience, humility, and faith, skills that would prepare him for the greatest mission of his life. God spoke to Moses from the burning bush, a flame that did not consume the bush yet radiated the power of the divine. Moses listened, trembling, filled with awe and fear, as God commanded him to return to Egypt to free the Israelites from bondage. Moses questioned, hesitated, and doubted himself. He argued that he was not eloquent, that the people would not believe him, that Pharaoh would never listen. But God assured him that he would be with him, that he would perform wonders, and that the mission was his, not Moses's. Moses finally accepted, carrying a staff that would become a symbol of God's power and guidance, a staff that would part seas, summon plagues, and demonstrate the sovereignty of God over all creation. Returning to Egypt, Moses faced Pharaoh, whose heart was hardened against God's command. Time and again, Moses presented God's demand, "Let my people go." Pharaoh refused, and God sent plagues upon the land of Egypt. The river turned to blood, frogs swarmed the cities, locusts devoured crops, darkness covered the land, and the death of the firstborn struck fear into every household. Pharaoh's resistance remained stubborn, yet Moses persevered, guided by divine instruction. Each plague demonstrated God's power and judgment, yet also his patience, for he gave Pharaoh opportunities to obey before each calamity. Finally, after the death of the firstborns, Pharaoh relented, and the Israelites were allowed to leave Egypt. The nation of slaves began their exodus, a journey into freedom guided by Moses, a man chosen by God to lead them. The people were numerous, unorganized, and burdened by years of oppression, yet hope surged in their hearts. They traveled through the wilderness, guided by God in the form of a pillar of cloud by day and a pillar of fire by night. The journey was arduous, filled with uncertainty, hunger, and fear, but Moses continued to lead with courage, faith, and reliance on God's guidance. The journey brought them to the edge of the Red Sea, and here the Israelites faced their greatest challenge. Pharaoh had changed his mind, rallying his army and chariots to pursue the fleeing slaves. The Israelites found themselves trapped between the sea and the army of Egypt. Panic arose. Fear gripped their hearts. They cried out, questioning Moses, questioning God, questioning whether escape was even possible. Moses, standing with the authority God had given him, reassured the people, telling them to stand firm, to witness the salvation that God would provide. Their fear was immense, yet Moses' faith acted as an anchor. God commanded Moses to raise his staff over the sea. The waters responded not by mere movement but by a miraculous division. A strong east wind blew all night, driving back the waters, creating a dry path, walls of water towering on either side, glistening in the moonlight and reflecting the fire that guided the Israelites. The ground was firm beneath their feet, yet the roar of the sea pressed against them from both sides, a reminder of the power of God and the danger that surrounded them. The people, initially paralyzed by fear, began to move, stepping into the path with trepidation, trusting Moses, trusting God, trusting the power that had led them from slavery to freedom. The Israelites marched with care, each step a blend of courage and faith. The children stumbled, the elderly leaned on their families, and the animals followed obediently, sensing the miracle unfolding. The sea remained divided, a corridor of salvation, and the Israelites passed through in awe and reverence, understanding that they were witnesses to a divine act of unparalleled magnitude. The army of Pharaoh followed, unaware that God's power would protect his people while executing judgment on those who opposed his will. As the last of the Israelites reached the far side, Moses lowered his staff, and the waters returned, crashing down upon the pursuing Egyptians. Chariots were overturned, horses drowned, and the army of Pharaoh was swallowed by the very sea that had parted to provide salvation. The people witnessed the completeness of God's deliverance, the justice of his judgment, and the fulfillment of his promise. Fear turned into worship, tears of terror transformed into tears of gratitude, and the Israelites realized that their freedom had been secured not by might or strategy but by faith and obedience to God. The Red Sea event became a defining moment for Israel. It was not merely a military victory or a miraculous escape, it was a profound demonstration of God's presence, power, and providence. Moses led the people in song, praising God, recounting his mighty deeds, and declaring his faithfulness to all generations. The song celebrated deliverance, affirmed trust in God, and reminded the Israelites that God's power is supreme over creation, nations, and human authority. The memory of the sea would guide their faith for generations, a symbol of hope and divine intervention in moments of overwhelming danger. The journey continued into the wilderness, where challenges awaited. Food and water were scarce, the journey was long, and the people's faith was tested repeatedly. They grumbled, questioned, and sometimes rebelled, but Moses interceded on their behalf, seeking God's guidance, demonstrating patience, and providing leadership that combined authority with compassion. Manna fell from heaven, water gushed from rocks, and the people learned to depend entirely on God, understanding that human provision was insufficient without divine support. The experience at the Red Sea became a reference point for faith, a reminder that even in impossible situations, God's power can deliver, provide, and sustain. Moses' leadership extended beyond guiding the people through miracles. He taught them the laws, instructed them in righteousness, and prepared them to enter the land God had promised to their ancestors. His life was marked by obedience, courage, and unwavering faith. The miracles, including the parting of the Red Sea, were not for spectacle but for instruction, shaping the character of the nation, establishing trust in God's sovereignty, and ensuring that future generations understood the necessity of obedience and faith. Even after the Israelites crossed the sea, Moses faced immense challenges. Rebellion arose among the people, complaints about food, water, and leadership emerged, and the burden of guiding a nation through wilderness tested his endurance. Yet Moses remained steadfast, leaning on God's guidance, seeking wisdom, and demonstrating humility in leadership. The Red Sea stood as a reminder that God's power could overcome any obstacle, a precedent for faith in the face of adversity, and a testimony that God's promises are reliable when humans trust and act according to His will. Moses' legacy extended beyond the miracles and leadership. He became a teacher, a prophet, and a shepherd of the people. He instructed them in God's laws, mediating between God and the nation, establishing a covenant that would define the relationship between the Israelites and their Creator. The parting of the Red Sea was not only a historical event but a spiritual turning point, a moment that exemplified the importance of faith, courage, obedience, and reliance on God. It shaped the identity of a nation, the faith of a people, and the understanding that God's presence is active, powerful, and faithful. Through the remainder of his life, Moses continued to guide the Israelites, providing wisdom, instruction, and protection. He faced personal challenges, including the responsibility of leadership, the burden of rebellion, and the knowledge that he would not enter the promised land himself. Yet his faith never wavered. The Red Sea remained a symbol of God's deliverance, a tangible reminder that even in the darkest and most impossible circumstances, salvation is possible through trust, obedience, and divine intervention. Moses' life teaches that faith requires action, courage, and persistence. It demonstrates that God's power can override the most impossible obstacles, that human fear is insufficient to counter divine authority, and that obedience and trust result in deliverance. The parting of the Red Sea is remembered not only as a miraculous event but as a lesson in leadership, faith, and reliance on God. The story continues to inspire, reminding generations that God can make a way where there seems to be no way, that He guides His people, protects the faithful, and fulfills His promises in the most extraordinary and awe-inspiring ways. Even in later years, Moses would reflect on that night at the Red Sea, recounting the fear, the awe, and the miraculous passage to the people who listened and learned from his experience. The night was dark, the waters threatening, and the danger immense, yet through faith, divine guidance, and courage, the impossible became reality. The event demonstrated that no power on earth can thwart God's plan, that He is faithful to His promises, and that human obedience, when aligned with divine will, results in salvation, protection, and a legacy that lasts for generations. The story of Moses and the parting of the Red Sea remains a cornerstone of faith, a reminder that even in moments of despair, God is present, capable, and ready to act. The Israelites witnessed a miracle that redefined their understanding of power, freedom, and divine providence. Moses led them with patience, wisdom, and unwavering faith, ensuring that every person understood that trust in God can overcome fear, that courage guided by divine instruction can triumph over insurmountable obstacles, and that obedience to God's will is always rewarded with His presence, protection, and provision. David and Goliath. A story of courage, faith, and divine victory. David was the youngest son of Jesse, a boy who spent his days tending sheep in the hills of Bethlehem. While his brothers fought in the Israelite army, David remained in the fields, guiding the flocks, protecting them from predators, and learning lessons in patience, vigilance, and courage that would shape his character in ways no battlefield could. He was not tall, not strong in the way warriors were expected to be, but he had a heart that trusted God deeply, a spirit that understood divine power, and a skill with the sling that he had honed through years of practice defending his sheep. The hills became his training ground, the rocks and streams his teachers, and the quiet hours alone with God his preparation for a destiny that would challenge every expectation of the people around him. The nation of Israel was at war with the Philistines, whose champion, Goliath, struck terror into every heart. He was massive, armored, and terrifying, towering above ordinary men, his presence alone demoralizing the Israelites. For 40 days, Goliath came forward each morning and evening, mocking the army of Israel, challenging them to send a warrior to fight him. No soldier dared approach, each retreating before the enormity of the giant, the sound of his voice, and the fear that had grown with every day he appeared. Israel was paralyzed, leaders and soldiers alike, caught between fear and the need to defend their people, unsure how victory could be possible against such a formidable opponent. David arrived at the camp bringing food to his brothers. He listened to the taunts of Goliath and saw the fear that had gripped the soldiers and leaders of Israel. While others cowered, David's heart burned with indignation, not pride, but righteous anger. How could a Philistine defy the armies of the living God and go unchallenged? He questioned why no one had faith that God could deliver victory, even in the face of overwhelming odds. David's courage was born of trust in God, not in the strength of his own body. He understood that victory belongs to God and that human limitations are no match for divine power. David approached King Saul, offering to fight Goliath. Saul, skeptical and concerned for the boy's life, questioned his ability. David recounted his experiences defending his flocks, telling Saul how God had delivered him from lions and bears. He argued that the same God who saved him in the past would deliver him now. Saul, recognizing the sincerity and faith in David's heart, allowed him to face Goliath, offering armor and weapons. David, however, refused them, knowing they were cumbersome and unfamiliar. He chose instead his staff, 5 smooth stones from the brook, and his sling, trusting in God's guidance over human equipment, relying on faith and skill rather than fear or conventional protection. The day of confrontation arrived. Goliath laughed upon seeing David, mocking the boy and underestimating his potential. The giant's words were meant to intimidate, to instill terror, to ensure that no one would dare challenge him. But David stood firm, unwavering, filled with confidence not in his own ability but in the power of God. He told Goliath that he came in the name of the Lord Almighty, the God of Israel, and that victory would not belong to flesh and blood but to the one who relies on divine strength. The battlefield, the valley between the armies, became a stage for a spiritual confrontation, a test of faith versus fear, courage versus intimidation, and divine power versus human pride. David took his stance, carefully placing a stone in his sling, swinging it with precision, focusing on the target. Every fiber of his being was attuned to God, every muscle ready, every thought directed toward divine guidance. The stone flew through the air, guided not only by skill but by the providence of God. It struck Goliath on the forehead, embedding itself with perfect force, and the giant fell face down to the ground, lifeless. The armies of Israel erupted in victory, their fear replaced with awe, amazement, and a renewed understanding that God fights for his people when they trust in him. David ran to Goliath, taking the giant's own sword to ensure the victory was complete. The Philistine army fled, terror overtaking them as they realized that their champion had fallen through God's power. The Israelites pursued, reclaiming their land, their dignity, and their faith. The victory was not David's alone. It was a testament to the God of Israel, a demonstration that courage rooted in trust and obedience to God can overcome the most formidable obstacles. In the aftermath, David's faith continued to guide him. He did not seek glory for the defeat of Goliath. Instead, he gave honor to God, acknowledging that the outcome was divine, not human. His courage inspired the nation, strengthened the hearts of Israel, and solidified his path to leadership. David understood that fear is a natural human reaction, yet faith transforms fear into action, despair into hope, and weakness into strength. His story became a lesson for generations, emphasizing that God can work through the smallest, least expected, and seemingly weakest individuals to accomplish his will. David's life after Goliath continued to be marked by faith, courage, and reliance on God. He faced challenges from King Saul, political intrigue, battles against enemies, and personal trials, yet the principles that guided him as a young boy facing the giant never wavered. He trusted in God's timing, relied on divine guidance, and acted with integrity, even when circumstances were threatening or uncertain. The victory over Goliath became a foundation for the rest of his life, a reminder that faith overcomes fear, that God's power surpasses human strength, and that courage combined with trust in the Lord produces outcomes beyond imagination. David's leadership matured through years of service, humility, and reliance on God. He united Israel, established Jerusalem as the capital, and prepared the nation for a future that would reflect God's covenant. His experiences, beginning with the confrontation with Goliath, shaped his character, honed his wisdom, and prepared him to guide a nation with fairness, courage, and faith. The story of his youth became a symbol of hope, a source of inspiration, and a testament to the enduring power of trust in God. Even in later years, David would recount the story of Goliath to his children and grandchildren, emphasizing that bravery is not measured by size or strength but by trust, faith, and the willingness to act in God's name. He would explain that obstacles may seem insurmountable, that fear can paralyze, and that enemies may appear powerful, yet divine guidance ensures victory when hearts are aligned with God. The stone that felled the giant, the sling that guided it, and the courage that propelled David became metaphors for faith, precision, and reliance on God in all areas of life. David's encounter with Goliath teaches that life is full of giants, challenges that seem impossible to overcome, and situations where fear threatens to dominate. Yet the story shows that faith, preparation, courage, and reliance on God can transform the impossible into reality. It illustrates that divine power can work through ordinary people, that integrity and trust are more powerful than weapons or armor, and that God's purposes prevail over human pride and intimidation. The legacy of David and Goliath extends beyond Israel, beyond history, and beyond the battlefield. It becomes a lesson in courage for every person facing fears, obstacles, or adversaries that appear unbeatable. It demonstrates that true victory comes from reliance on God, obedience to divine instruction, and the courage to act when others falter. David's faith as a shepherd boy prepared him for kingship, military leadership, and a life that exemplified God's guidance, mercy, and power. Even as a king, David never forgot the lessons learned on the battlefield against the giant. He remembered the fear, the focus, and the miracle of divine victory. These memories shaped his policies, his leadership, and his prayers. They reminded him that reliance on God is the most reliable strategy, that courage is cultivated through faith, and that God honors those who act with trust in Him even when facing insurmountable odds. David's story inspires generations because it is both personal and universal. It shows that faith, courage, and divine reliance can overcome intimidation, that preparation and skill are effective when guided by God, and that the smallest and youngest among us can achieve great things when hearts are aligned with divine purpose. The battle against Goliath was the beginning of a life that demonstrated wisdom, justice, and trust in God. It serves as a guide for every believer to confront challenges with courage, act with faith, and honor God in every endeavor. Even in reflection, David would tell his family that giants come in many forms: fear, doubt, injustice, oppression, and personal weaknesses. Yet the principles that guided him to victory remained the same: trust in God, rely on His power, prepare diligently, act boldly, and give glory to Him for every success. The story is not only about a boy defeating a giant, it is about the enduring power of faith, courage, and divine providence in human life. Through every trial that followed, every battle, and every challenge, David's encounter with Goliath remained a source of inspiration, a reminder that no enemy, obstacle, or difficulty can stand against the purposes of God. It was a lesson in humility, courage, and obedience, teaching that God's strength is perfected in human weakness, that faith can overcome fear, and that victory belongs to those who trust in Him. David's courage, faith, and trust in God would continue to define his reign, inspire his nation, and leave a legacy that shaped the history of Israel. His story remains timeless, reminding all who hear it that faith in God transforms ordinary people into instruments of divine purpose, that courage in the face of fear leads to extraordinary outcomes, and that trust in the Almighty results in victories that surpass human understanding. Elijah and the prophets of Baal, a night of faith, fire, and divine power. Elijah was a prophet of God in a time when Israel had turned away from the Lord, seeking after false gods, idols made of wood and stone, and following the decrees of kings who promoted corruption and idolatry. The nation had strayed far from the covenant, abandoning justice, mercy, and the worship of the one true God. Elijah's heart burned with zeal for the Lord, and he was called to speak boldly, to confront kings, prophets, and people alike, to turn them back to God before destruction fell upon the land. His mission was daunting, fraught with danger, and often lonely, yet his faith never wavered, for he knew that the power of God transcended human authority and human resistance. King Ahab ruled Israel during this time, and his heart was aligned with idolatry, largely influenced by his wife, Jezebel, who promoted the worship of Baal and Asherah throughout the kingdom. The land fared as a result of their disobedience. Drought and famine followed, and the people grew desperate. Elijah was sent to deliver a message, not of comfort, but of warning. Until Israel turned back to God, there would be no rain. The people murmured and complained, some in fear, some in anger, but Elijah stood firm, delivering the word of the Lord with clarity and conviction. The prophet lived in the wilderness for much of this time, sustained by God's provision through ravens and by occasional visits to the homes of faithful followers, such as the widow at Zarephath. His days were spent in prayer, fasting, and preparation for the moment when he would confront the prophets of Baal, a moment that would determine not only his own safety but the spiritual fate of Israel. Elijah understood the stakes: God's honor, the truth of the covenant, and the spiritual revival of the nation rested on obedience, faith, and courage. The confrontation came on Mount Carmel, a place chosen for its visibility and its symbolism. The prophets of Baal, numbering 450, gathered to demonstrate their God's power. The people of Israel watched, torn between fear, curiosity, and hope, unsure which God would prevail. Elijah's presence was quiet but commanding. He moved with calm authority, confident in the power of God rather than the force of human numbers. He challenged the people to choose whom they would serve, reminding them that God alone is sovereign, that idols made by human hands cannot see, hear, or save, and that the time for decision had come. The prophets of Baal began first, preparing a bull for sacrifice, calling upon their God to ignite the offering. They shouted, danced, and even mutilated themselves in desperation, but no fire came. The crowd grew restless, murmuring in confusion, some beginning to doubt, some questioning their choices, and some fearing the wrath of God. Elijah observed, unshaken, knowing that God's power would be revealed, that faith, not frantic action, would demonstrate divine authority, and that the people would witness a miracle that could not be ignored. Elijah prepared his sacrifice differently. He built an altar, laid the wood, and placed the bull upon it. He dug a trench around the altar, a precaution to magnify the forthcoming miracle and demonstrate the overwhelming power of God. He instructed the people to pour water over the sacrifice, repeating the process until the wood, the bull, and the altar were drenched, and the trench was full. Doubt might have entered human minds at this point, yet Elijah's faith was unwavering, a testament to his intimate relationship with God and his understanding that obedience, patience, and trust would result in demonstration of divine power beyond imagination. With the altar prepared, Elijah prayed. His prayer was simple yet profound. He acknowledged God's sovereignty, asked him to reveal his power so that the people would know he alone is Lord, and that Elijah was his servant. The heavens responded in a manner beyond human comprehension. Fire fell, consuming the wood, the bull, the altar, and even the water in the trench. The crowd fell to their faces, awe and terror mingling as they witnessed a demonstration of divine power that no human skill or earthly god could produce. The prophets of Baal were overwhelmed, and their cries ended in silence, a profound acknowledgement that their God was powerless. Elijah seized the moment to call the people back to God. He urged them to abandon idolatry, to repent, and to serve the Lord alone. Many responded, confessing their sins, acknowledging God's sovereignty, and committing to turn their hearts back to Him. Elijah's courage and faith had sparked a revival, demonstrating that God is not only powerful but also patient, willing to wait for repentance, yet ready to display His judgment and might when His glory is denied. The miracle of fire was not an act of vengeance but a revelation, a proof that God's presence is real, that faith is potent, and that obedience is rewarded with manifestation of divine power. The story did not end with the fire alone. Elijah's mission continued, as he prayed for rain after the long drought, demonstrating that God is both a God of judgment and a God of provision. The clouds formed, the winds shifted, and rain fell upon the land, ending famine and restoring life to the fields, rivers, and people. The nation witnessed that the same God who demonstrated power on Mount Carmel also provides for the needs of his people, sustaining them in the midst of trials, blessing them when they return to obedience, and guiding them through periods of scarcity, fear, and uncertainty. Elijah's life after this event continued to be one of faith, courage, and bold action. He faced threats from Jezebel, navigated political intrigue, and guided the people of Israel in times of moral and spiritual crisis. He experienced moments of doubt and despair, human emotions that weighed on his heart, yet he was never abandoned by God. Angels provided for him, divine guidance led him, and miraculous interventions shaped his ministry. Elijah's relationship with God was characterized by intimacy, trust, and unwavering commitment, a model for every prophet, leader, and believer who faces challenges, opposition, and the temptation to compromise in the face of fear. The impact of Elijah's confrontation with the prophets of Baal extended beyond his lifetime. It became a story passed down through generations, a narrative that reminded the people of Israel and the faithful of every era that God is sovereign, that human strength and idolatry are powerless, and that faith coupled with obedience can manifest extraordinary outcomes. The story teaches that courage is necessary to confront wrongdoing, that patience and strategy are critical, and that divine power is revealed when humans act in alignment with God's will rather than relying on their own understanding or abilities. Elijah also mentored and inspired those who would follow in his footsteps. He trained successors, guided young prophets, and demonstrated that true leadership involves faith, courage, and reliance on God above personal ambition or fear of man. His life became a blueprint for spiritual authority, showing that obedience is rewarded, that God protects and provides for those who serve him faithfully, and that miracles are the natural outcome of lives wholly devoted to divine purpose. Even in solitude, Elijah remained a man of prayer and reflection. He understood that his strength did not originate from his own skills, wisdom, or courage, but from God. Each decision, each act of confrontation, and each demonstration of power was grounded in prayer, humility, and complete reliance on the Almighty. This principle, learned through years of dedication and tested in moments of fear and opposition, became a guiding truth for the nation of Israel and for all believers who seek to live faithfully under divine instruction. Elijah's story demonstrates the intersection of faith, courage, and divine power. It reveals that God honors those who act in obedience, that miracles manifest when humans align with his will, and that fear is overcome by trust, patience, and determination. The confrontation on Mount Carmel was not merely a historical event but a spiritual lesson that continues to resonate. God is powerful, faithful, and present, ready to act on behalf of those who fear him, trust him, and remain steadfast even in the face of overwhelming opposition. Through Elijah, the people of Israel learned that spiritual revival requires courage, confrontation of falsehood, and unwavering faith. They witnessed that God's power surpasses all human constructs, that obedience and prayer invite divine intervention, and that miracles are tangible evidence of his sovereignty. Elijah's ministry exemplifies the importance of standing firm for truth, even when isolated, threatened, or mocked, and demonstrates that God's presence and power are always available to those who trust and obey. Elijah's legacy is enduring. The fire on Mount Carmel, the prayers for rain, and his bold confrontation of idolatry remain symbols of courage, faith, and divine intervention. His life teaches that trust in God provides strength beyond human understanding, that perseverance under opposition yields fruit, and that God's glory is revealed through acts of obedience, even when circumstances seem impossible. The prophet's story reminds every believer that God works in ways that are both powerful and purposeful, guiding, protecting, and demonstrating his presence in every season of life. Even in his later years, Elijah would reflect on the night of confrontation on Mount Carmel, the silence after the fire consumed the altar, and the revival that followed. He would remember the fear of the prophets of Baal, the awe of the people, and the miraculous provision that followed. These memories became lessons for the faithful, teaching that courage, obedience, and unwavering trust in God can overcome any challenge, defeat any falsehood, and inspire generations to honor and worship the one true God. Elijah's story continues to inspire, reminding all who hear it that faith is stronger than fear, obedience more powerful than intimidation, and God's presence unmatched by human might. The prophet's life exemplifies the eternal truth that God works through those who trust Him completely, that miracles are possible when humans align with divine will, and that courage, faith, and devotion are the keys to witnessing His power and glory. Daniel in the lion's den, a story of faith, courage, and divine protection. Daniel was a man of unwavering faith, wisdom, and integrity who lived in a time of great upheaval and foreign domination. He had been taken from his homeland as a young man, brought to Babylon, and trained in the courts of King Nebuchadnezzar. Despite being in a land steeped in idolatry, political intrigue, and foreign customs, Daniel's heart remained steadfastly devoted to the God of Israel. From an early age, he resolved that his faith would not be compromised, his worship would remain pure, and his life would reflect obedience and reverence for the one true God. In Babylon, Daniel distinguished himself through wisdom, intelligence, and an ability to interpret dreams and visions. His reputation spread, not only because of his knowledge but because of his character, humility, and dependence on God. The king found him exceptional, appointing him to high positions within the kingdom. Daniel's authority, however, stirred jealousy and resentment among other officials. They feared his influence and plotted to find a way to bring him down, knowing that the only path to discredit him would be through his steadfast faith, for they could not find fault in his work or integrity. The officials approached King Darius, proposing a law that would force all citizens to worship the king exclusively for 30 days, under penalty of being thrown into the lion's den. It was a trap designed to ensnare Daniel, for he had already committed to pray 3 times a day to God. The king, unaware of the true motives, agreed, signing the decree. When Daniel learned of this law, he did not hesitate, he did not seek compromise, and he did not retreat in fear. He continued his practice of prayer, opening his windows toward Jerusalem, kneeling, and giving thanks to God 3 times a day, demonstrating unwavering courage, faith, and obedience. Daniel's defiance was quickly discovered, and he was reported to King Darius. The king was distressed, knowing Daniel's loyalty and value, yet he was bound by the law he had signed. The official's scheme had succeeded in creating a situation where the law would demand punishment, regardless of Daniel's innocence or righteousness. King Darius attempted to rescue Daniel, speaking to him and hoping for a miracle, but the law was irrevocable. With a heavy heart, the king ordered Daniel to be cast into the den of lions, expressing hope that God would deliver him. The den was sealed with a large stone, and guards were stationed to ensure that no escape was possible. The night in the lion's den was a time of trial, fear, and miraculous intervention. Daniel's enemies anticipated the grim outcome, expecting the lions to devour him before dawn. The lions, fierce and powerful, prowled in the darkness, their growls filling the confined space. Yet Daniel remained calm, his mind focused on God, his heart steadfast in prayer and trust. He knew that God had the power to protect him, to sustain him in the face of danger, and to turn what seemed inevitable into a demonstration of divine power. Through the night, God sent an angel to shut the mouths of the lions, ensuring that Daniel was unharmed. He slept or meditated in peace, surrounded by predators that would have destroyed any ordinary man, yet under God's protection, he was safe. The experience was a testament to the power of faith and divine providence, showing that even in the most life-threatening circumstances, God is present, protecting, guiding, and delivering his faithful servants. The lions, instruments of danger, became witnesses to the power of the Almighty. At the first light of dawn, King Darius rushed to the den, hoping against hope that Daniel had survived. His heart leapt when he called out and received a response from Daniel, who was unharmed, whole, and glorifying God. The king rejoiced, praising the God of Daniel, acknowledging his power, faithfulness, and supremacy. Daniel emerged from the den, demonstrating courage, steadfastness, and the tangible reality of God's protection. The officials who had plotted against him faced the consequences of their actions, and justice was served, reinforcing the principle that God honors the righteous and exposes the schemes of the wicked. Daniel's experience in the lion's den became legendary, a story that inspired awe, reverence, and faith in God's power. His courage in the face of certain death, his refusal to compromise his beliefs, and his unwavering trust in God's protection became a model for all who would seek to live faithfully in a world that challenges righteousness. The den was not merely a place of danger, it was a stage for divine intervention, a place where human weakness met divine strength, and where faith triumphed over fear. The king issued a decree following Daniel's deliverance, commanding that all people in his kingdom recognize and honor the God of Daniel as the living God, whose kingdom endures forever, whose power cannot be challenged, and whose protection extends to all who trust him. Daniel's story, once personal, became a national testimony, demonstrating the supremacy of God, the power of unwavering faith, and the consequences of envy, malice, and deceit. It reshaped the spiritual understanding of an entire nation, leaving a legacy that would be remembered for generations. Daniel's life continued to be marked by faithfulness, wisdom, and service. He served successive rulers, interpreted dreams, provided counsel, and guided nations, always remaining obedient to God. His experience in the lion's den strengthened his resolve, teaching him that trials are not merely obstacles but opportunities to witness divine power, demonstrate courage, and inspire others. Each challenge became a platform for faith, each trial a lesson in perseverance, and each act of obedience a demonstration of God's providence. Daniel's commitment extended beyond personal survival. He prayed for his people, interceded on their behalf, and guided them in righteousness, ensuring that his faith had a lasting impact on Israel and surrounding nations. The lion's den was a turning point, a moment of divine intervention that validated his devotion, strengthened his influence, and illustrated the consequences of integrity in a corrupt world. It became a symbol of hope, courage, and the reality that God's power is always greater than the most formidable threats. Even in solitude, Daniel's faith did not waver. He remained diligent in prayer, fasting, and study, understanding that spiritual discipline is necessary to navigate a world filled with temptation, danger, and moral compromise. The lion's den experience reinforced the truth that God's protection is real, that his timing is perfect, and that trust in him leads to deliverance. Daniel's relationship with God became a model for all who seek to remain steadfast in faith despite external pressures, threats, or persecution. The lessons of Daniel in the lion's den extend beyond history. They demonstrate that courage is rooted in faith, that divine protection is available to those who obey, and that trust in God can turn life-threatening circumstances into testimonies of his power. The story teaches that human laws, power, and authority are limited, but God's kingdom and influence are eternal, unchallengeable, and present in every situation. Daniel's steadfastness, prayer, and reliance on God serve as enduring examples for all generations. Through Daniel, the people of Babylon and surrounding nations learned that envy, deception, and malicious intent cannot prevail against the will of God. The plot of the officials, born from jealousy, failed, exposing their schemes and resulting in justice. Daniel's integrity, wisdom, and courage became a model for ethical leadership, demonstrating that righteousness and faith are stronger than intrigue, corruption, and human malice. His life illustrated the principle that God protects, honors, and rewards those who remain obedient and faithful. Even as he aged, Daniel reflected on the night in the lion's den, remembering the fear of his enemies, the roar of the lions, and the peace that filled his heart through prayer and trust in God. He recounted the story to younger generations, emphasizing that faith is stronger than fear, obedience stronger than threat, and divine protection surpasses human power. His life became a testimony not only of personal courage but of the enduring reality that God's presence is constant, His power supreme, and His promises unbreakable. Daniel's story is timeless. It teaches that trials are opportunities for divine demonstration, that obedience and courage result in protection and deliverance, and that God's power surpasses every human threat. The lion's den was not a place of defeat but a stage for triumph, illustrating that faith, integrity, and trust in God produce outcomes beyond human expectation. Daniel's life continues to inspire, showing that those who stand firm in righteousness, even when threatened, will witness the power and faithfulness of God. Through every challenge, every trial, and every act of faith, Daniel remained steadfast, humble, and devoted. The lion's den became a symbol of hope for the oppressed, a source of courage for the fearful, and a demonstration of God's unending power and protection. Daniel's story is a living example of how faith, courage, and obedience can transform danger into testimony, fear into inspiration, and trials into moments of divine revelation. Even after the events of the lion's den, Daniel's influence shaped the spiritual and political landscape. His wisdom guided kings, his prayers impacted nations, and his steadfast faith provided a model for ethical living, integrity, and courage. The story of Daniel in the lion's den remains a testament to the enduring power of God, the importance of unwavering faith, and the extraordinary outcomes that result when a human heart is fully committed to divine purpose. Esther, courage, faith, and the salvation of a nation. Esther was a young Jewish woman living in the Persian Empire during the reign of King Xerxes. Her early life had been shaped by loss and displacement. She had lost her parents and was raised by her cousin Mordecai, who instilled in her the traditions of their people, the law of God, and the importance of faithfulness even in exile. Esther grew up knowing that her identity was unique, that her people had endured suffering, and that her life was part of a larger story guided by divine providence. She was beautiful, intelligent, and perceptive, yet she carried her faith quietly, aware that the Persian court was a place of intrigue, danger, and temptation, where compromise was easy and righteousness often difficult. When King Xerxes sought a new queen, a contest of beauty and grace was held to find the most suitable woman in the kingdom. Esther was taken into the palace, trained in the ways of the court, and prepared to meet the king. She did not reveal her Jewish identity, following Mordecai's guidance, understanding that timing and wisdom were critical in a place filled with political complexity. Her beauty and intelligence distinguished her, and she found favor in the king's eyes, ultimately being crowned queen. Yet beneath the splendor of the palace and the favor of the king, Esther's heart remained focused on her people, on faith, and on the possibility that her life had purpose beyond personal comfort or glory. In the palace, Mordecai uncovered a plot against the king's life and reported it through Esther. The king's officials discovered the plot, and the perpetrators were punished. Mordecai's loyalty and courage were recorded in the king's chronicles, though recognition did not come immediately. This act of integrity, however, positioned Mordecai to influence future events, demonstrating that God works in hidden ways, rewarding faithfulness and preparing the way for divine intervention. As Esther settled into her role as queen, a threat arose that endangered her people. Haman, the king's highest official, became enraged when Mordecai refused to bow to him. His pride and hatred led him to devise a plot to destroy all the Jews in the Persian Empire, convincing King Xerxes to issue a decree authorizing their annihilation. The decree caused fear, sorrow, and despair among the Jewish people. Esther was faced with a profound dilemma. She held the power to influence the king, yet speaking out could risk her life, for approaching the king unsummoned could result in death. She was caught between safety and purpose, comfort and courage, fear and faith. Mordecai encouraged Esther to recognize that her position in the palace was not accidental. He reminded her that perhaps she had been placed as queen precisely so she could save her people. This insight transformed Esther's perspective. She fasted, prayed, and sought God's guidance, understanding that courage required faith, that action required wisdom, and that her life could serve a purpose greater than herself. She resolved to approach the king, even at personal risk, demonstrating courage, faith, and trust in divine providence. Esther approached King Xerxes with grace and humility, inviting him to a banquet. At the banquet, she revealed the plot of Haman and pleaded for the salvation of her people. The king, moved by her words and angered by Haman's treachery, issued a reversal of the decree, allowing the Jews to defend themselves and punishing Haman. Esther's courage, wisdom, and faith had changed the course of history, saving countless lives and demonstrating the power of obedience, bravery, and reliance on God in moments of crisis. The Jewish people celebrated their deliverance, establishing the festival of Purim to commemorate the event and to remember God's providence and Esther's courage. The story of Esther became a testament to the truth that God's timing, preparation, and hidden guidance work through individuals who act faithfully, courageously, and wisely. Esther's life illustrates that divine purpose often requires bold action, calculated risk, and unwavering trust in God's protection. Esther's courage extended beyond the immediate threat. She became a leader and a mediator for her people, using her influence to promote justice, protect the vulnerable, and ensure that her faith guided her decisions. Her story exemplifies the balance between strategy, wisdom, and courage, showing that effective leadership requires faith, discernment, and the willingness to act even in the face of personal danger. Mordecai's role in the story was equally critical. His faithfulness, integrity, and guidance shaped Esther's decisions, demonstrating that God often works through networks of influence, through mentorship, and through the preparation of those who remain steadfast in their convictions. Together, Esther and Mordecai exemplified the principle that divine providence operates through human choices, wisdom, and courage, aligning individual actions with greater purposes that extend beyond immediate understanding. The lessons of Esther's life extend to every generation. She demonstrates that courage is not the absence of fear but the decision to act faithfully despite it. Her story teaches that positions of influence carry responsibility, that obedience to God may require risk, and that divine providence can work through seemingly ordinary circumstances to achieve extraordinary outcomes. Esther's legacy reminds believers that God honors faithfulness, guides decisions, and orchestrates events in ways that reveal His power, wisdom, and protection. Esther's experience in the palace also underscores the importance of prayer, fasting, and spiritual preparation. Before approaching the king, she sought divine guidance, acknowledging that her courage alone would not suffice. This act of faith illustrates that human action must be coupled with reliance on God, that wisdom and strategy are effective when aligned with divine will, and that spiritual preparation is essential for facing moments of crisis. The reversal of the decree, the defeat of Haman, and the salvation of the Jewish people highlight the interplay between divine providence and human agency. Esther's courage was essential, yet God's guidance, timing, and protection ensured that her actions would succeed. The story affirms that God works through those who act faithfully, that courage and wisdom are instruments of divine purpose, and that obedience, even in difficult circumstances, results in outcomes that honor God and serve His people. Esther's story continues to inspire leadership, courage, and faith. Her ability to navigate political complexity, confront injustice, and act decisively under pressure demonstrates the qualities of a leader aligned with God's will. She exemplifies the principle that faith, wisdom, and courage are not separate but interconnected, and that true influence comes from aligning personal action with divine guidance. Even after the events of Purim, Esther remained committed to her people, using her influence to protect them, promote justice, and ensure that faithfulness to God remained central to their identity. Her life was a continuous demonstration of courage guided by wisdom, faith coupled with action, and influence exercised in service of divine purpose. The lessons of her story extend beyond her immediate context, offering guidance for ethical leadership, moral courage, and reliance on God in all situations. Esther's courage also serves as a model for confronting fear, opposition, and uncertainty. She teaches that the path of righteousness may involve personal risk, that faith requires decisive action, and that God's providence ensures that obedience and courage result in protection and deliverance. Her story encourages believers to trust in God's timing, to act boldly when necessary, and to recognize that divine purpose often works through individual choices made in faith and courage. The impact of Esther's life continues through the celebration of Purim, a festival that commemorates courage, faith, and deliverance. The festival serves as a reminder that God's providence operates in hidden ways, that individuals play crucial roles in the fulfillment of divine purposes, and that faithfulness and courage can change the course of history. Esther's legacy is a testament to the enduring power of faith, the importance of moral courage, and the reality of divine protection in the lives of those who trust in God. Esther's story emphasizes that God's providence is often revealed in critical moments, that preparation and courage are essential, and that faithfulness in small and large decisions alike can have monumental impact. Her life illustrates the interconnectedness of obedience, wisdom, and divine guidance, showing that God works through human agency to accomplish His purposes, reward courage, and demonstrate His power. Even in her later years, Esther would reflect on the trials she faced, the decisions she made, and the courage she summoned. She would recount to future generations that fear is natural, that opposition is inevitable, and that divine guidance is essential for navigating challenges. Her story demonstrates that trust in God, combined with strategic action and moral courage, results in outcomes that glorify God, protect the innocent, and accomplish purposes far beyond immediate understanding. Esther's legacy is a reminder that God prepares individuals for specific moments, that courage in alignment with divine will is powerful, and that faithfulness, even in the face of danger, results in lasting impact. Her story inspires those who face threats, uncertainty, or moral dilemmas, showing that reliance on God transforms fear into courage, danger into opportunity, and ordinary lives into instruments of divine purpose. Through Esther, the Jewish people were preserved, faith was affirmed, and the kingdom of Persia witnessed the power of divine providence. Her story endures as a model of courage, faith, and wise leadership, teaching that God's guidance, protection, and timing are always perfect, and that those who act in obedience and trust can change the course of history, protect the vulnerable, and fulfill divine purposes. Even in times of uncertainty, persecution, or danger, Esther's example demonstrates that courage, faith, and reliance on God are sufficient to overcome obstacles, save lives, and honor God. Her life continues to inspire believers to act decisively, trust fully, and recognize that God works through ordinary individuals to achieve extraordinary outcomes. The story of Esther remains timeless, offering lessons in leadership, faith, courage, and divine guidance that resonate across generations, cultures, and challenges. Joseph, dreams, betrayal, and the rise to power. Joseph was the 11th son of Jacob and the firstborn of Rachel. From a young age, he demonstrated intelligence, sensitivity, and a heart attuned to God's guidance. His father loved him deeply and gave him a special coat, a colorful garment that signified his favored status. This coat, a symbol of Jacob's affection, also became a source of jealousy among his brothers, who felt resentment toward Joseph's favored position, his apparent arrogance, and the dreams he shared that hinted at future greatness. Joseph's life was marked early by divine revelation, family tension, and the shaping of character that would prepare him for extraordinary challenges. Joseph often shared dreams with his family, dreams in which he saw symbols of authority and prominence. In one dream, his brothers' sheaves of grain bowed to his sheaf, indicating future leadership and respect. In another, the sun, moon, and 11 stars bowed before him. These dreams, though prophetic, stirred anger and envy in his brothers. They perceived the dreams as arrogance or superiority rather than divine revelation, and their jealousy festered, ultimately leading them to take drastic action. Joseph's dreams were a source of divine insight, a glimpse into God's plan, yet they also became catalysts for human conflict, highlighting the tension between divine purpose and human misunderstanding. The jealousy of Joseph's brothers culminated in betrayal. One day, while tending to their flocks, they plotted against him. Initially, they planned to kill him, but Reuben, the eldest, suggested they throw him into a pit instead, intending to rescue him later. Joseph was stripped of his coat and thrown into the pit, abandoned and left vulnerable. His brothers then sold him to passing Ishmaelite traders, who took him to Egypt. This betrayal marked the beginning of a series of trials that would test Joseph's character, faith, and resilience, revealing the depth of God's providence in preparing him for a role far greater than he or anyone around him could have imagined. In Egypt, Joseph was sold to Potiphar, an officer of Pharaoh, who recognized his intelligence and diligence. Joseph quickly gained favor in Potiphar's household, demonstrating administrative skill, integrity, and reliability. God's presence was evident in Joseph's life, and his efforts prospered under divine guidance. However, his life in Egypt was not free from challenges. Potiphar's wife attempted to seduce him, testing his character and faith. Joseph resisted, maintaining loyalty to God and integrity despite the personal risk. False accusations led to his imprisonment, yet even in confinement, Joseph remained steadfast, trusting God and continuing to serve faithfully. While in prison, Joseph's ability to interpret dreams became known. Two of Pharaoh's officials, imprisoned for offenses, had troubling dreams. Joseph, guided by God, interpreted their dreams accurately, predicting outcomes for both men. His interpretations were fulfilled exactly as he had explained, establishing his reputation as a man through whom God communicated insight. This gift, however, remained hidden from the broader world, for Joseph still languished in prison, demonstrating that divine timing often requires patience, endurance, and trust even when recognition or deliverance is delayed. Pharaoh himself then experienced dreams that troubled him deeply, dreams that none of his advisors could interpret. In his dreams, 7 healthy cows were devoured by 7 thin cows, and 7 full ears of grain were consumed by 7 thin, scorched ears. Distressed, Pharaoh sought someone who could interpret these visions. Joseph's name was remembered by the cupbearer he had assisted earlier, and Pharaoh summoned him from prison. Joseph, guided by God, explained the meaning of the dreams. 7 years of abundance would be followed by 7 years of famine, and preparation was necessary to preserve the land and its people. His interpretation demonstrated wisdom, insight, and divine guidance, providing the solution to an impending crisis that threatened the entire nation. Pharaoh recognized the wisdom in Joseph's counsel and appointed him to a position of authority over all Egypt, second only to the king. Joseph's rise from prisoner to ruler illustrated God's providence, demonstrating that faithfulness, integrity, and patience are rewarded in ways that transcend human expectation. He implemented strategies to store surplus grain during the years of abundance, ensuring that Egypt would survive the coming famine. His leadership, foresight, and reliance on God's guidance transformed a potential disaster into an opportunity for preservation, blessing, and stability. The famine extended beyond Egypt, affecting surrounding regions, including Canaan, where Joseph's family resided. Jacob sent his sons to Egypt to purchase grain, unknowingly setting the stage for reconciliation. Joseph recognized them immediately, though they did not recognize him. This moment was fraught with emotional complexity, as Joseph wrestled with feelings of betrayal, justice, and forgiveness. He tested his brothers to assess their character, observing whether they had changed, whether they felt remorse, and whether they would act righteously under pressure. These tests revealed growth, integrity, and transformation in his brothers, preparing the way for reconciliation and the fulfillment of God's larger plan. Eventually, Joseph revealed his identity to his brothers, forgiving them and acknowledging that God had orchestrated the events for a greater purpose. He explained that what they intended for harm, selling him into slavery, God had used for good, to preserve life during the famine. This perspective demonstrates profound faith, understanding of divine providence, and the capacity for forgiveness that transcends human instinct. Joseph's ability to see God's hand in adversity, to forgive those who wronged him, and to act with wisdom and compassion exemplifies the qualities of a man aligned with divine purpose. Joseph invited his family to settle in Egypt, providing for their needs and ensuring their survival. He maintained authority, administered resources wisely, and acted with integrity and foresight, demonstrating that leadership is not merely about power but about stewardship, responsibility, and service. His actions reflect the principles of faithfulness, prudence, and reliance on God in managing both human relationships and societal responsibilities. The story of Joseph extends beyond personal triumph. It illustrates the interplay of human free will, divine providence, and the unfolding of God's plan through trials and opportunities. Joseph's journey from favored son to slave, prisoner, and ruler demonstrates that adversity can serve as preparation for greater responsibility, that integrity and faithfulness are tested in challenging circumstances, and that God's timing is perfect, even when human understanding is limited. Joseph's forgiveness of his brothers highlights the moral and spiritual dimensions of his leadership. He recognized that vengeance would serve no purpose, that justice is ultimately in God's hands, and that reconciliation restores relationships and fulfills divine intentions. His ability to rise above personal hurt, to act with wisdom, and to maintain faith in God's plan exemplifies ethical and spiritual maturity that serves as a model for leaders and individuals alike. Throughout his life, Joseph maintained a close relationship with God. He relied on divine guidance in decision-making, interpreted dreams as a channel for God's communication, and exercised authority with humility, integrity, and foresight. His life demonstrates that faithfulness, perseverance, and moral courage are essential for navigating complex social, political, and personal challenges. Joseph's story shows that God's plan often unfolds gradually, through trials, delays, and moments of testing, yet the outcome always serves his purposes, protects the faithful, and blesses those who act righteously. Joseph's story also emphasizes the importance of wisdom in leadership. His management of resources during years of abundance, strategic planning for famine, and ability to navigate political and familial relationships illustrate that practical skills combined with divine guidance produce extraordinary results. His life teaches that God equips those he calls with the knowledge, insight, and resources necessary to fulfill their purpose, and that effective leadership integrates faith, wisdom, and ethical decision-making. Even in his later years, Joseph reflected on his journey from betrayal to prominence, recognizing the continuous presence of God in every step. He understood that his hardships, the envy of his brothers, the trials in prison, and the challenges of leadership were all instruments in the divine plan, shaping him, preparing him, and enabling him to accomplish extraordinary purposes. Joseph's perspective reveals the depth of faith required to view adversity as preparation, to see God's hand in human events, and to respond with integrity, courage, and trust. Joseph's story continues to inspire generations because it exemplifies resilience, faith, and divine purpose. It teaches that God can transform suffering into opportunity, betrayal into reconciliation, and adversity into a platform for greatness. His journey shows that faithfulness, patience, and moral integrity lead to protection, provision, and the fulfillment of God's promises. The narrative encourages believers to trust in God's plan, remain steadfast under pressure, and recognize that every challenge can be part of a larger divine design. Through Joseph, the Israelites survived famine, were provided for, and preserved as a people. His leadership, insight, and faith ensured the survival of his family and the prosperity of Egypt. The story underscores that God's purposes are achieved through human cooperation, moral courage, and unwavering faith, and that divine providence often operates in ways that are invisible until the fulfillment of his plan is revealed. Joseph's ability to reconcile with his brothers teaches lessons about forgiveness, humility, and the transformative power of perspective. He recognized that resentment and anger hindered God's work, and that embracing faith, forgiveness, and understanding allowed him to participate fully in the divine plan. This aspect of Joseph's story illustrates that spiritual maturity requires not only wisdom and courage but also compassion, empathy, and recognition of God's sovereignty over human affairs. Even after his death, Joseph's legacy continued to influence the history of Israel. The provision he arranged, the preservation of his family, and the testimony of his faith provided a foundation for future generations. His story reminds believers that God's plan transcends individual circumstances, that faithfulness is rewarded, and that divine providence operates through ordinary people who act with integrity, courage, and trust in God. Joseph's life exemplifies the interplay of human responsibility and divine guidance. His actions, decisions, and character were crucial to the fulfillment of God's purposes, yet every step was influenced by divine providence, demonstrating that obedience, wisdom, and faith are instruments through which God accomplishes his will. Joseph's story continues to inspire, teaching that adversity is not meaningless, that faithfulness leads to blessing, and that God's plan is perfect, even when hidden from immediate view. Moses and the parting of the Red Sea, deliverance, faith, and God's power. Moses was born during a time of great oppression in Egypt. The Israelites, God's chosen people, had been subjected to harsh slavery for generations. Pharaoh, fearing their growing numbers and potential power, had decreed that every male Hebrew child be killed at birth. Moses' early life was marked by danger, yet divine providence intervened. His mother, driven by faith, placed him in a basket and set him afloat on the Nile, trusting that God would protect her child. Pharaoh's daughter discovered him, took him into her care, and raised him as her own in the royal palace, providing him with education, protection, and opportunity, while God's hand guided every step of his life. From a young age, Moses was aware of his heritage, his people's suffering, and the responsibility that would one day be placed upon him. He witnessed the injustice of slavery firsthand, the cruelty of the Egyptians, and the despair of the Israelites. These experiences shaped his character, instilling in him a sense of justice, empathy, and determination. God's plan for Moses was unfolding in ways that were invisible to human eyes, preparing him to confront Pharaoh, lead a nation, and demonstrate God's power to both Israel and Egypt. As a young man, Moses intervened when he saw an Egyptian taskmaster beating a Hebrew slave. In an act of courage and zeal for justice, he killed the Egyptian and fled into the wilderness to escape Pharaoh's wrath. There, in Midian, he lived as a shepherd, marrying Zipporah, the daughter of Jethro, and learning patience, leadership, and humility. The years in the wilderness were formative, preparing him spiritually and emotionally for the monumental task God would later assign. During this time, Moses learned to rely on God, to listen for divine guidance, and to recognize that true leadership is rooted in obedience, faith, and humility. God called Moses from the wilderness through the miraculous appearance of a burning bush that was not consumed by fire. This encounter revealed God's presence, power, and calling. Moses was tasked with confronting Pharaoh and demanding the release of the Israelites from slavery. Initially hesitant, questioning his own abilities, and fearful of Pharaoh's power, Moses ultimately obeyed, trusting in God's promises and authority. God assured him that he would be with him, that his words would have power, and that his purpose would be accomplished. This moment marked the beginning of a journey that would transform Moses from a shepherd into a prophet, deliverer, and leader of a nation. Moses returned to Egypt and, alongside his brother Aaron, confronted Pharaoh, demanding the freedom of the Israelites. Pharaoh's heart was hardened, resistant to God's command, and he refused, leading to a series of plagues that demonstrated divine power. Water turned to blood, frogs overran the land, and swarms of insects, disease, and darkness afflicted Egypt. Each plague was both judgment against Pharaoh's oppression and a demonstration of God's supremacy over Egyptian gods and authority. The plagues tested Pharaoh's resolve, the faith of the Israelites, and Moses' courage, yet they also revealed God's fidelity, patience, and power to both the oppressors and the oppressed. After the final and most devastating plague, the death of the firstborn in Egypt, Pharaoh relented and allowed the Israelites to leave. Moses led them out of slavery, guiding them with faith, courage, and reliance on God. The journey through the wilderness began with joy, relief, and anticipation, yet the path was fraught with uncertainty, danger, and the constant need for divine guidance. The Israelites, unaccustomed to freedom, struggled with fear, doubt, and rebellion, testing Moses' patience, leadership, and faith at every turn. As they approached the Red Sea, the Israelites found themselves trapped between the advancing Egyptian army and the waters ahead. Fear and panic gripped the people, who questioned Moses and doubted God's protection. Moses, however, remained steadfast, trusting in God's plan. He reassured the Israelites that God would fight for them, that their deliverance was imminent, and that they needed only to remain faithful and obedient. This moment tested both his leadership and the faith of the people, demonstrating that trust in God often requires courage in the face of impossible circumstances. God instructed Moses to stretch out his staff over the sea, and a miraculous event occurred. The waters parted, creating a path of dry ground through the sea, with walls of water on either side. The Israelites walked through safely, guided by God's power and Moses' leadership. The Egyptian army pursued, yet God intervened, causing the waters to return and engulf them, ensuring the deliverance of his people. This event was a dramatic demonstration of God's power, a confirmation of his faithfulness, and a profound lesson in trust, obedience, and divine intervention. The parting of the Red Sea became a defining moment in the history of Israel. It was a testament to God's ability to deliver his people, to defeat their enemies, and to fulfill his promises. Moses' faith and courage were central to the event, yet it was God's power that accomplished the miracle. The Israelites witnessed firsthand the reality of divine protection, the consequences of oppression, and the importance of obedience and trust. This moment shaped their identity as a nation, reinforcing the covenant relationship with God and the principles of faith, courage, and dependence on divine guidance. Following their deliverance, the Israelites journeyed through the wilderness, facing scarcity, hunger, and the challenges of sustaining a nation in a harsh environment. God provided manna from heaven, water from a rock, and guidance through a pillar of cloud by day and fire by night. These provisions reinforced the lessons of dependence, faith, and obedience. Moses continued to lead, interceding for the people, mediating disputes, and teaching them God's laws, which would form the foundation of their identity, morality, and covenant relationship. The journey through the wilderness was a prolonged test of faith. The Israelites often complained, doubted, and rebelled, yet Moses remained patient, persistent, and committed to God's plan. He encouraged the people to trust in God's provision, to follow his guidance, and to recognize that their freedom and survival were gifts of divine mercy and power. The challenges of the wilderness served to strengthen the people's faith, cultivate obedience, and prepare them for life in the promised land. Moses' leadership was marked by courage, humility, and reliance on God. He faced immense pressure, criticism, and personal sacrifice, yet he remained obedient, committed, and faithful. His life exemplifies the principles of spiritual leadership, demonstrating that true authority is rooted in service, obedience, and dependence on God rather than personal ambition, power, or recognition. Moses' example teaches that leaders are strengthened through faith, tested through adversity, and guided by divine wisdom to fulfill God's purposes. Throughout the journey, Moses received the 10 Commandments on Mount Sinai, further solidifying the covenant relationship between God and Israel. These commandments provided moral guidance, legal structure, and spiritual direction, shaping the nation's identity, ethics, and understanding of God's will. Moses' role as mediator, lawgiver, and prophet underscored the importance of obedience, faithfulness, and communication with God. The commandments and Moses' guidance became foundational for Israel's spiritual, social, and communal life, demonstrating the integration of divine instruction with human responsibility. Even in later years, Moses faced challenges in leading a people prone to doubt and disobedience. He interceded for them, advocated for their well-being, and maintained trust in God's plan. His perseverance, patience, and faith highlight the qualities necessary for enduring leadership, spiritual guidance, and faithful service. Moses' life demonstrates that faithfulness, courage, and reliance on God are essential for navigating complex circumstances, overcoming obstacles, and fulfilling divine purposes. Moses' life and the deliverance at the Red Sea provide timeless lessons. They illustrate that God's power is supreme, that faith and obedience are crucial, and that trust in divine guidance leads to miraculous outcomes. The story emphasizes the importance of courage in the face of danger, patience in times of uncertainty, and steadfastness when confronting oppression. Moses' leadership, shaped by faith, humility, and reliance on God, serves as a model for all who seek to live faithfully, led wisely, and witness God's power in their lives. The parting of the Red Sea also demonstrates the principle that God fights for His people. Human strength, resources, and strategy are limited, yet divine intervention can overcome seemingly impossible odds. The Israelites' experience shows that trust in God, guided action, and faith in His promises are central to overcoming fear, adversity, and opposition. Moses' courage, coupled with God's power, ensured the deliverance of an entire nation, establishing a legacy of faith, hope, and reliance on divine providence. Even after reaching the Promised Land, the story of Moses and the Red Sea remained a source of inspiration. It was recounted to children, taught to generations, and memorialized in song, ritual, and reflection. The event symbolized freedom, divine power, and the fulfillment of God's promises. It served as a reminder that God is faithful, that deliverance comes through obedience and faith, and that miracles are possible when humans align their actions with divine will. Moses' life exemplifies the integration of faith, courage, and leadership. He demonstrates that God equips those He calls, sustains them through trials, and uses them to accomplish purposes far beyond their imagination. His story teaches that adversity can prepare individuals for extraordinary roles, that patience and obedience are rewarded, and that reliance on God ensures success where human effort alone would fail. The Red Sea stands as a testament to God's power, Moses' faith, and the deliverance of His people. It illustrates that trust in God can overcome fear, that divine providence can transform impossible situations into triumph, and that courage, guided by faith, can change the course of history. Moses' life, leadership, and witness remain enduring examples of faithfulness, obedience, and divine guidance. Even centuries later, the story continues to inspire. Believers see in Moses a model of courage, in the Red Sea a symbol of deliverance, and in God's power a source of hope and confidence. The narrative encourages faith, strengthens perseverance, and demonstrates that God's presence and power are constant, active, and available to those who trust Him fully. Through Moses, the Israelites were freed from slavery, guided through the wilderness, provided for in times of need, and given a covenant that shaped their identity. His leadership, faith, and obedience ensured that God's purposes were fulfilled, that His people were preserved, and that His power was revealed in ways that would inspire generations. Moses' story exemplifies the enduring truth that faith, courage, and reliance on God lead to deliverance, protection, and the fulfillment of divine promises. David and Goliath. Faith, courage, and God's victory. David was the youngest son of Jesse, a shepherd boy who tended the flocks of his father in the hills of Bethlehem. From a young age, David was known for his courage, faith, and devotion to God. While his brothers trained for battle and grew strong in the eyes of men, David developed a quiet strength rooted in faith, skill, and the understanding that God was his protector. His early life in the fields, caring for sheep, facing predators, and learning responsibility, prepared him for challenges that would demand courage, wisdom, and trust in God beyond what most men would ever face. David's life took a dramatic turn when the Philistine army gathered to wage war against Israel. The Philistines had a champion, a giant named Goliath, who stood over 9 feet tall and struck fear into the hearts of all who faced him. Goliath challenged the Israelites daily, demanding that one man fight him in single combat to determine the outcome of the battle. For 40 days, he taunted, mocked, and intimidated the army, and for 40 days, no Israelite dared to face him. King Saul and his soldiers were paralyzed by fear, unable to confront the giant despite their numbers, skill, and weapons. The situation was desperate, and the morale of Israel was low, yet David, sent by his father to deliver food to his brothers, witnessed the taunts, the fear of the army, and the oppression of God's people. David's faith in God ignited courage within him. He could not tolerate the defiance of Goliath against the living God. He recognized that human strength, armor, and conventional weapons were secondary to faith, skill, and divine guidance. He volunteered to fight the giant, much to the skepticism of King Saul and the soldiers. David's confidence was not in his own abilities but in the power of God, who had delivered him from lions, bears, and countless dangers while tending the sheep. His experiences in the fields, his reliance on God, and his courage prepared him for this defining moment. King Saul initially doubted David's ability due to his youth and inexperience. He offered David his armor, hoping it would provide protection and legitimacy, but David declined, finding it cumbersome and unfamiliar. Instead, he chose to rely on his skill with the sling, the 5 smooth stones he selected from the brook, and above all, his faith in God's power. This decision reflected both practical wisdom and spiritual insight, demonstrating that reliance on God is often more effective than conventional approaches or human strength. The confrontation with Goliath was intense and dramatic. The giant mocked David, his size, strength, and armor intimidating all who watched. Yet David did not waver, he did not fear, and he did not rely on the strength of men. He declared that the battle belonged to the Lord, that God would deliver him, and that the Philistine would fall not by might or power but by the hand of God. His words, actions, and confidence reflected a profound understanding of divine authority, courage rooted in faith, and the power of trust in God's promises. David ran toward Goliath with a sling in his hand and a stone in the sling. He skillfully released the stone, striking the giant in the forehead with precision. Goliath fell to the ground, defeated by the hand of a shepherd boy guided by God. David then used the giant's own sword to complete the victory, demonstrating courage, resourcefulness, and the fulfillment of God's promise. The Israelites, witnessing this miraculous triumph, gained courage, rallied, and pursued the fleeing Philistines, experiencing a reversal of fear and despair into victory and celebration. The story of David and Goliath illustrates the power of faith, courage, and divine intervention. Human strength, weapons, and experience are limited, yet God's power can achieve extraordinary outcomes through ordinary individuals. David's victory was not merely a personal triumph, it was a testament to God's supremacy, a demonstration that courage rooted in faith can overcome seemingly insurmountable obstacles, and a reminder that reliance on God transforms fear into triumph. Following the battle, David's reputation grew rapidly. He became known as a man after God's own heart, a young warrior who trusted in divine guidance rather than conventional strength. King Saul recognized his talent, and David was brought into the royal court, where he served with integrity, humility, and skill. David's experiences, from shepherd boy to warrior, prepared him for leadership, instilling in him wisdom, courage, and faith that would guide him in future trials, including his eventual kingship over Israel. David's confrontation with Goliath also highlighted the importance of preparation and experience. His years in the fields, facing lions and bears while protecting the sheep, equipped him with skills, courage, and reliance on God that made him ready for the giant. The seemingly ordinary experiences of his youth were crucial in shaping the abilities, character, and faith that allowed him to overcome challenges that would have daunted even seasoned warriors. This demonstrates that God's preparation often occurs in quiet, unseen ways, cultivating strength, faith, and wisdom before critical moments arrive. The story emphasizes the contrast between fear and faith, human strength and divine power. The Israelite army, paralyzed by fear, relied on conventional power and were ineffective, while David, empowered by faith, courage, and divine guidance, succeeded. This teaches that God's power is not limited by human expectations, that courage rooted in faith can defy conventional logic, and that trust in divine providence can achieve victories that human effort alone cannot accomplish. David's victory also set the stage for his future role as a leader of Israel. His faith, courage, and reliance on God were foundational to his kingship. He would face challenges of leadership, conflict, and personal weakness, yet his character, shaped by experiences of courage and reliance on God, guided him through trials, inspired loyalty, and demonstrated the principles of godly leaders. The confrontation with Goliath was the first public test of his faith, courage, and strategic ability, foreshadowing the challenges and triumphs of his reign as king. David's response to fear and intimidation is particularly instructive. He did not allow the magnitude of the giant, the weapons of war, or the skepticism of the army to deter him. His focus was on God's power, guidance, and the righteousness of the cause. This mindset reflects a profound spiritual principle. Courage is not the absence of fear but the decision to act faithfully despite it, guided by trust in God's promises. David's faith transformed fear into determination, inexperience into triumph, and vulnerability into victory. The narrative also illustrates the principle of divine purpose. David's victory over Goliath was not a random event but part of God's plan to elevate him, prepare him for leadership, and demonstrate his power to the Israelites and surrounding nations. Every step, from his youth as a shepherd to the confrontation with the giant, was guided by divine providence, preparing him for the responsibilities and challenges that lay ahead. This emphasizes that God's plan often unfolds through preparation, trials, and moments of courage, revealing his power through human obedience and faith. David's leadership following his victory was characterized by humility, wisdom, and service. He did not boast in his own strength but gave glory to God, demonstrating that true leadership is rooted in reliance on divine guidance, integrity, and ethical conduct. His ability to inspire confidence, unite people, and act with courage under pressure became defining characteristics of his reign. The confrontation with Goliath was a formative event, shaping his character, establishing his reputation, and illustrating the principles of faith, courage, and divine empowerment. The story of David and Goliath continues to resonate across generations because it embodies timeless lessons of courage, faith, and divine intervention. It teaches that God's power transcends human limitations, that faith enables triumph over fear, and that reliance on divine guidance is more effective than reliance on human strength alone. David's example encourages believers to trust God in the face of overwhelming challenges, to act courageously when the situation seems impossible, and to recognize that divine providence often works through ordinary individuals to accomplish extraordinary outcomes. Even after defeating Goliath, David continued to face challenges, including jealousy from King Saul, political intrigue, and military conflicts. Yet the foundation of faith, courage, and reliance on God that was established in the confrontation with Goliath sustained him. His experiences teach that initial victories, while important, are only part of the journey, and that continuous faith, wisdom, and courage are required to navigate the ongoing challenges of life, leadership, and purpose. David's life, beginning with the battle against Goliath, illustrates the integration of skill, preparation, and faith. His courage was informed by experience, honed by practice, and empowered by trust in God. This demonstrates that divine empowerment does not negate human responsibility but works through preparation, training, and practical ability to accomplish extraordinary purposes. Faith, courage, and skill combined produce outcomes that honor God, inspire others, and fulfill divine plans. The story also emphasizes the role of moral courage. David confronted not only physical danger but moral and spiritual challenges, including injustice, fear, and skepticism. His unwavering commitment to righteousness, his refusal to compromise faith, and his courage to act in alignment with God's will demonstrate the importance of integrity in facing challenges. David's example teaches that moral courage, like physical courage, is strengthened by faith and produces outcomes that honor God and protect the righteous. David's victory over Goliath became a symbol of hope, inspiration, and divine power for Israel. It demonstrated that no obstacle is insurmountable when God is involved, that faith can achieve what human strength cannot, and that courage rooted in trust in God transforms fear into triumph. The story remains a lasting testimony to the power of God working through individuals, illustrating that ordinary people, equipped with faith, courage, and preparation, can accomplish extraordinary purposes for the glory of God. Even centuries later, the story continues to teach lessons of courage, faith, and reliance on God. Believers see in David a model of courage, in Goliath a symbol of overwhelming opposition, and in God's power a source of confidence, hope, and deliverance. The narrative encourages perseverance, strengthens determination, and demonstrates that divine empowerment is available to those who act faithfully, trust fully, and embrace the courage that comes from reliance on God. David's confrontation with Goliath, and the resulting triumph, is more than a story of physical battle. It is a lesson in faith, strategy, courage, and divine intervention. It teaches that preparation, skill, and reliance on God produce victories that human effort alone cannot achieve. David's life exemplifies the principles of faith-driven courage, moral integrity, and divine reliance, offering timeless guidance for all who seek to live faithfully, confront challenges boldly, and witness the power of God in their lives. Through David, the Israelites experienced deliverance, inspiration, and a demonstration of God's power. His courage, faith, and reliance on God ensured victory over seemingly impossible odds, provided a model of leadership, and established a legacy of righteousness and divine empowerment. The story of David and Goliath continues to inspire believers, teaching that faith, courage, and trust in God are sufficient to overcome any obstacle, defeat any enemy, and fulfill divine purposes. Elijah, faith, miracles, and God's power in the wilderness. Elijah was a prophet of God during a turbulent period in Israel's history, a time when the nation had turned away from God, worshiping idols and embracing corruption. He emerged as a voice of courage, conviction, and divine authority, calling the people back to faithfulness and obedience. From the beginning of his ministry, Elijah's life was marked by bold action, miraculous provision, and an unwavering reliance on God, demonstrating that faith and courage are indispensable in times of moral decay, oppression, and uncertainty. Elijah first appeared in the narrative during the reign of King Ahab, who had married Jezebel, a foreign queen who promoted the worship of Baal, a Canaanite deity. The people of Israel were caught between the demands of idolatry and the call of God, and moral compromise was widespread. Elijah's mission was to confront idolatry, proclaim God's supremacy, and restore faith in the one true God. His task was daunting because it required confronting a king, a queen, and a nation accustomed to false worship and entrenched corruption. Elijah's courage was rooted not in human strength but in his unwavering trust in God's power and justice. Elijah's first notable act was to prophesy a drought, announcing that there would be no rain or dew in the land until God's word was fulfilled. This proclamation was a direct challenge to the worship of Baal, whose followers claimed control over rain and fertility. By declaring the drought, Elijah demonstrated that the God of Israel had authority over nature and could fulfill his promises independently of human or pagan influence. The drought was a test of faith for the people, a demonstration of divine power, and a preparation for the display of God's glory through miraculous intervention. During the drought, God provided for Elijah in remarkable ways. He directed him to the Kerith ravine, where ravens brought him bread and meat in tea. Morning and evening. This miraculous provision illustrated God's care for his faithful servant, showing that obedience and trust would be rewarded even in isolation, hardship, and danger. The experience in the wilderness also strengthened Elijah's faith, patience, and reliance on God, reinforcing the principle that divine provision often occurs in ways that defy human expectation and understanding. After some time, God sent Elijah to Zarephath, a town in Sidon, where he encountered a widow gathering sticks for a final meal for herself and her son. God instructed Elijah to ask her for food, promising that her supply of flour and oil would not run out until the end of the drought. The widow's initial hesitation reflected fear, scarcity, and human limitation, yet she trusted God's word through Elijah and acted in obedience. Miraculously, her flour and oil did not diminish, providing sustenance for Elijah, herself, and her household throughout the drought. This event demonstrated the principles of faith, obedience, and reliance on God, showing that divine miracles often require human cooperation, trust, and courage. Elijah's life continued to be marked by miraculous acts and confrontations with evil. He raised the widow's son from the dead, demonstrating God's power over life and death and reinforcing the authority of the prophetic word. This miracle inspired faith, validated his prophetic mission, and confirmed that God's power extended beyond natural limitations. Elijah's ministry was a continual testament to the reality of God's presence, the necessity of faith, and the impact of courageous action guided by divine instruction. One of the most dramatic events in Elijah's life was his confrontation with the prophets of Baal on Mount Carmel. The people of Israel were divided, and the worship of false gods had reached a critical point. Elijah challenged the prophets of Baal to a contest, proposing that each would prepare a sacrifice and call upon their God to consume it with fire. The prophets of Baal prayed, shouted, and danced, but no fire came. Elijah then prayed to God, and fire descended from heaven, consuming the sacrifice, the wood, the stones, and even the water in the trench surrounding the altar. This demonstration of divine power led the people to acknowledge the Lord as the one true God, and Elijah ordered the defeat of the prophets of Baal, restoring the supremacy of God in the hearts of the people. The confrontation on Mount Carmel was more than a display of power, it was a lesson in faith, courage, and divine authority. Elijah demonstrated that God's power surpasses human effort, that obedience to God is more effective than ritual without faith, and that courage rooted in trust can confront entrenched evil. The event strengthened Israel's faith, validated Elijah's prophetic authority, and illustrated the principle that God is sovereign over all creation, capable of extraordinary intervention when his will is honored. Elijah's ministry was not without personal trials. After the victory on Mount Carmel, Jezebel threatened to kill him, forcing Elijah to flee into the wilderness. He experienced fear, despair, and loneliness, feeling overwhelmed by the magnitude of his mission. Yet even in these moments, God provided encouragement, guidance, and sustenance. Elijah experienced God not only in dramatic displays of power but also in quiet, subtle ways, teaching that divine support may be gentle, persistent, and sufficient to restore courage, perspective, and strength. In the wilderness, Elijah was fed by an angel and journeyed for 40 days to Mount Horeb. There, God appeared not in the wind, earthquake, or fire, but in a gentle whisper, revealing that divine power and guidance often operate quietly, subtly, and beyond human expectations. This experience taught Elijah that courage, faith, and leadership require not only dramatic action but also patience, listening, and attunement to God's presence in both extraordinary and ordinary circumstances. Elijah's prophetic role extended beyond miracles and confrontation with evil. He mentored Elisha, passing on wisdom, courage, and faith to ensure the continuity of God's work. This mentorship demonstrated that leadership is not merely about personal power or achievement but about empowering others, cultivating faith, and guiding the next generation to continue God's mission. Elijah's influence extended beyond his own life, shaping the spiritual trajectory of Israel and demonstrating the importance of discipleship, teaching, and faithful stewardship of responsibility. Throughout his life, Elijah demonstrated unwavering courage in the face of opposition, moral decay, and personal danger. His reliance on God's guidance, his obedience to divine instruction, and his faith in God's power allowed him to confront kings, prophets, and nations, achieving victories that seemed impossible from a human perspective. Elijah's courage was not reckless but grounded in discernment, preparation, and an intimate relationship with God, illustrating the balance between bold action and spiritual wisdom. Elijah's life also emphasized the importance of perseverance. Despite threats, danger, and the persistence of idolatry in Israel, he continued faithfully, trusting in God's ultimate plan and timing. His actions, guided by divine wisdom, produced results that transcended immediate circumstances, demonstrating that faithfulness often requires endurance, patience, and trust in outcomes that may not be immediately visible. Elijah's final act of public ministry was dramatic and profound. God transported him to heaven in a whirlwind accompanied by a chariot and horses of fire, a miraculous event that underscored the extraordinary nature of his life and mission. This ascent served as both a reward for faithfulness and a testimony to God's power, inspiring awe, reverence, and continued devotion among those who witnessed it. Elijah's departure symbolized the ultimate fulfillment of a life lived in obedience, courage, and trust in God, leaving a legacy that would influence prophets, leaders, and believers for generations. The life of Elijah teaches timeless lessons about faith, courage, and reliance on God. He demonstrated that obedience is more powerful than human strength, that faith can accomplish what seems impossible, and that divine provision often occurs in ways beyond human comprehension. Elijah's experiences in the wilderness, on Mount Carmel, and throughout Israel illustrate that leadership, spiritual authority, and moral courage require both bold action and patient trust, that miracles and victories are possible when humans align with divine will, and that God's presence is constant, sustaining, and sufficient. Elijah's legacy continues through his influence on Elisha, the prophetic tradition, and the faith of Israel. His life serves as a model for confronting evil, acting courageously in difficult circumstances, and relying fully on God's power. The principles of perseverance, humility, and divine reliance are evident throughout his ministry, demonstrating that spiritual authority is rooted in obedience, integrity, and courage, not human ambition or worldly power. Elijah's life also underscores the interplay of visible and hidden aspects of divine guidance. Miraculous acts such as the fire from heaven, the provision in the wilderness, and the raising of the widow's son were visible demonstrations of God's power, yet equally important were the quiet lessons of listening, patience, and spiritual discernment. This balance illustrates that faithfulness requires both action and attentiveness, boldness and humility, demonstrating that God works in both extraordinary and subtle ways to accomplish His purposes. Even in times of despair, fear, and danger, Elijah's story provides hope, inspiration, and guidance. Believers are reminded that God is faithful, that courage rooted in trust enables extraordinary outcomes, and that divine power operates through those who act obediently and faithfully. Elijah's life exemplifies the transformative potential of faith, demonstrating that reliance on God produces victories, sustains during trials, and fulfills divine purposes beyond human expectation. Elijah's experiences in the wilderness, his confrontation with idolatry, and his miraculous deeds illustrate that faith, courage, and divine reliance are essential for overcoming adversity, confronting injustice, and fulfilling God's calling. His life serves as a model for believers, leaders, and prophets, emphasizing that trust in God transforms fear into boldness, scarcity into provision, and vulnerability into power. Through Elijah, Israel witnessed God's power, justice, and faithfulness. His ministry, miracles, and unwavering obedience ensured that the people were reminded of God's supremacy, that His justice was enacted, and that faithfulness could overcome despair and opposition. The story of Elijah endures as a testament to courage, divine power, and the rewards of faithful obedience, offering lessons for all who seek to live boldly, trust fully, and witness God's extraordinary work in the world. Even centuries later, Elijah's example continues to inspire courage, faith, and perseverance. Believers see in his life a model of bold action guided by God, a demonstration of divine provision, and a testament to the power of unwavering trust. His story teaches that God's hand is present in every challenge, that miracles are possible through faith, and that obedience and courage are rewarded with divine intervention, protection, and fulfillment of purpose. Elijah's life illustrates the profound truth that God works through ordinary people to accomplish extraordinary purposes. His courage, faith, and reliance on divine guidance transformed a nation, confronted idolatry, and left an enduring legacy. The lessons of Elijah's life, trust, obedience, courage, and perseverance, remain timeless, offering guidance, inspiration, and hope to all who seek to live faithfully and witness God's power in their lives. As our journey through these stories of faith, courage, and divine wonder comes to a close, let your mind rest in the gentle embrace of God's presence. From creation to the miracles, the heroes, and the moments of trust and obedience, each story reminds us that His love, guidance, and protection are always near. Allow the peace of these stories to settle in your heart, quiet your thoughts, and calm your spirit. Sleep now in the assurance of God's care, awaken renewed in faith, and carry the light of His wisdom into every day. Good night, and may His blessings watch over you as you rest.